the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Savage love, just when I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. Even messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was stuck in the place, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Yeah.
it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance, yeah. Know you got carried away, ooh, you made me to say it. Even this one greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was stuck in the place, then you got in the way. All the love we made, got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
like the players are ready. Here we go!
The big dogs are waiting to be unleashed on this day 2 of the challenge season. It's Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile. I'm going to be a host, a caster for the day, and John alongside with me on the panel, it's I Super Johnny. And Johnny, by big dogs, you know who I mean.
I mean, of course, we are going to witness one of the best teams in the country in action, but along with them, a lot of other names also set to take the stage again for day number 2. I mean, it's going to be exciting to see how things turn out, because I believe today we are going to have a mix of matches. We are going to witness a lot more teams from Group B. Last time it was just 2 games that took place. But those are the teams that I'm more excited to see. I think as far as Group A goes, we did get to witness everyone in action, but Group B, there's still a lot more left to be seen.
And yes, Johnny, I mean, big dogs, you've got Accelerate, NS, and even Godlike. These teams are pretty much dominating their matchup single-handedly. Accelerate yesterday faced off against Anthem, and at least we thought that maybe it can be a 2-1, but no, that was not the case. Accelerate once again single-handedly dominated their opposition. Anthem got 2-0 by then. Then we moved on forward, Galaxia versus Accelerate, and what do you expect? It was a 2-0 once again. So for Accelerate, these guys have been on a flawless run so far, but when they collide against some of the formidable forces, we still need to see what the outcome's going to look like. But let's move on towards the prize pool for this entire challenge season, and it's going to be 80,000 rupees on the line for the first spot. The second one will be getting 50,000, and the third one will be getting 40,000. And keep this thing in mind, this prize pool is individually given to Group A and B.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how the teams pair up while they are competing against each other, because it's not just about the money here, it is also about qualifying for the finals themselves. And it's going to be exciting to see, again, only top 6 teams. Right now we have 10 teams in the competition. Which top 6 teams will eventually move to the next stage, which is going to be the finals taking place at DreamHack in Hyderabad. But along with that, let's have a look at the format as well, because right now we are in the challenge season with 8 teams that qualified from the open finals, with 2 invited teams, direct invites to the challenge season. And as we have been talking about it, only top 6 teams get to move to the challenge finals, which will take place at DreamHack. It's going to be a double round robin over there. Right now we are in a single round robin elimination bracket, and it is quite interesting to see how the matches are faring up, because as you mentioned, I mean, Accelerate, I think they are set to dominate their group. There's no one there to contest them. I think we expected Anthem to be one of the teams to give them a tough fight, but that was the first win for Accelerate. They 2-0'd Anthem, and it was a dominating victory for them. And then moving on, the second game, they just made it look easy. And talking about Anthem, I mean, this is they are going to play the second fiddle to Accelerate now after that initial loss. And I think we will have the groups in front of us. There it is. Anthem, Accelerate, I think 2 of the best teams in this group. And I think then there's going to be a fight between Galaxia, Felines, and Strike. And I can't decide which I'm going to put on number 3. Necro, what about you?
Honestly speaking, look, Anthem, when they clashed against Feline, it was quite a close affair, right? But Anthem, they took the cake in Search and Destroy, and they pretty much 2-0'd Felines as well. In Hardpoint, that was super close. So I would like to say maybe Felines can be one of the good forces too, and then Team Strike, it really depends on how they perform today. We haven't really seen that team in action. But Johnny, as you flip the page, you've also got the Group B on the screen. You've got NonStop, Panda Express, Time to Pound, 5am. We've seen these team in action, but so far we haven't really seen Godlike, which today it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be exciting to see Godlike in action again. But along with that, I think a few interesting matches lined up. I would love to see what Panda Express has been up to. Has 5am kicked things up a notch after their matches the last time we saw them. And again, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up against each other as well. That's going to be, I think, one of the highlight matches of the day, because that one game is the match that we expect. It's going to go all the way towards that control decider. Every matchup, I think it's going to be a little one-sided, to be honest, because Accelerate again in action today. Let's have a look at the schedule. They are also set to play, and I think, again, with how they have been playing, they are going to dominate their matches, which is going to be against Strike, the last match of the day. But to kick things off, we have 5am going up against Time to Pound. What are your thoughts on this first game of the day, Necro?
Look, Johnny, I'm just going to speak on the stats on the past, right? In the past, Panda Express has dominated 5am in a 2-0 faction. And yesterday, Time to Pound defeated Panda Express. I mean, day before yesterday, Time to Pound defeated Panda Express in a 2-0 fashion. So I think, considering Time to Pound has already defeated Panda Express and dominated them, 5am should not be that tough of a challenge on paper. But you never know. Maybe 5am is ready and prepared for the players of Time to Pound. But on paper, it's supposed to be a 2-0. It's supposed to be an absolute domination by Time to Pound.
I agree with you. On paper, it seems like it's going to be an easy win for Time to Pound, but 5am, again, this is the wildcard team you never predicted that was going to make it all this way, right? And because of that, we don't really know what to expect from them now that they're finally here. But of course, one thing is for sure, it's not going to be an easy win for 5am for sure. They will have to fight tooth and nail to get every single point on Hardpoint, to gain any control of any Hardpoint inside of that first mode. For search and destroy, every single round is going to be like you're playing the finals, going up against Time to Pound, especially with how well the players from Time to Pound are performing individually. I mean, we talk about Master being in an incredible form day before yesterday, right? Day 1 opening matches, they were phenomenal. Progressive, if he pops off, things get extremely easy for Time to Pound as well. And of course, the experience you get in form of Master and Abyss being there, both of them together, it is just incredible. Time to Pound is one of the top contender teams, but that's the problem, right? We have to see them go up against Godlike and see how they fare up.
And here's the thing, right? You talk about the skill level 2. Now, Time to Pound is going to be facing off against 5am. And for 5am, Time to Pound is already going to be a tough challenge. But when 5am face off against some of the formidable forces like Accelerate and Godlike, the skill level is going to be way too high. I'm not sure how these type of teams are going to adapt to the skill level that these guys are going to be bringing in, but all you can say is good luck, man. Before now, for 5am, one thing is for sure, they can definitely take down Time to Pound, because Time to Pound, we have seen a lot of those weak sides as well from them. But it really comes down to that Time to Pound gameplay itself. If they're feeling themselves, if they're not really making those rookie mistakes, then Time to Pound can easily come through and pound down their opponents. We've got the leaderboard on the screen. Accelerate's going to be at the top, as I mentioned. They have been going in with a complete flawless run so far.
Well, let's see, though. Once we have a look at the leaderboard for Group B, it's going to be NonStop. They did get to play their matches, and it was a phenomenal start for them as well. A 1-0 win, Time to Pound as well, starting off extremely well for themselves, starting off with a win. But again, it is going to be interesting to see, can they keep this going, because there's a big threat in Group B in the form of Godlike, and again, that's the benchmark for everyone else to beat, and it will be exciting with Time to Pound being in such an incredible form, the momentum also being there for them. Can they finally take on this team right here in the group stages and go into the finals with a lot of confidence in themselves, because that is what is going to be important. Again, I expect them to be on the finals, and that is why the conversation goes this route. But Time to Pound, I mean, we did just have a look at the roster, and again, Master, Abyss, Random, Progressive, Griffin, all of them just absolutely phenomenal and playing in an incredible form right now.
Yeah, especially Griffin, Johnny. Recently, he was the one to put so many numbers on the board.
Yeah.
When Time to Pound yesterday faced off against Panda Express, Griffin had a big hand in 2-0ing Panda Express, because Griffin was single-handedly farming the players of Panda Express. So you really got to give it to this one young lad. And then you, of course, move on towards Master. Even this guy is super exciting to witness, because he's been there inside of the competitive scene for such a long time. He's one of the OGs, man. He's one of the veterans. So, of course, Time to Pound is a good mix of new players and also the veterans, and that's something that really makes Time to Pound come out on top. But as we move on towards 5am, completely new faces on the block. The last time when they faced off against Panda Express, it was not that good of an outing. You've got Wanted, Weedy, Lil Uzi Word, Aju Prime. Still, don't get me wrong, these players are quite stacked, but you talk about the experience, and that's where Time to Pound, they might just prevail.
I think from the side of 5am, there are two players that definitely need to go bonkers for the side of 5am to have the upper hand, and that is going to be Weedy and Aju Prime. Man, these two lads were absolutely incredible when we saw them in action in that open finals, but after that, I think the performance sort of shifted away when we saw them in their opening matches in day 1. So again, these two players need to click today for 5am to make anything happen. And again, it's going to be exciting to see if that actually happens, because Weedy was absolutely phenomenal. Aju Prime, when things go right, he is also an unstoppable monster inside of the matches. And if these two players show up in a good form today, then maybe we're going to see Time to Pound struggle for a bit if they can't figure out how to shut them down.
I would still say Hardpoint is not really the cup of tea for 5am. They're more good on search and destroy. And we have seen those glimmers in the past as well, especially Wanted with that sniper. He's so quick and adaptive, especially when it comes to the opposition teams. He knows what exactly he needs to bring on the board to try and get the team on their knees. We have seen Wanted pull off some insane lurks. We have seen him pull off some insane plays as well. Even Aju Prime, he's got a lot of that firepower. But all it takes is that, is it going to click at the right time when your team needs it the most? Well, today is going to be the decider, right? As we move on towards the map veto, it's going to be Hardpoint on Hacienda, and that's going to be the 5am pick. I'm not sure if that's going to be a good pick for them, but let's just hope that they make the most out of it.
I mean, it's an interesting map pool, right? Again, we are seeing a lot of these same maps repeated again and again. Hacienda for Hardpoint. Tunisia has become the standard for search and destroy right now in the challenge season, and then raid for control. But again, 5 a.m. you mentioned this Necro, Hardpoint not their strong suit. Although we did see them drag it out and secure a win on Hardpoint against Panda Express in that upper bracket matchup during the Open Finals. But after that, yes, the slip-up was there when we saw them lose it out to SLN the very next day. So it was kind of an interesting shift in dynamic. First you beat on Panda Express and then losing out to SLN. But nonetheless, they did make a comeback in that series as well, proving how strong their control and search and destroy are. But again, today they're facing up against a different monster. Hacienda, I mean, sometimes can just come down to raw firepower, and that is where I feel Time to Pound will definitely have a much bigger hand. So that is the first challenge for 5 a.m. to figure out how to beat.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, it's all about the skill levels too, right? I mean, imagine Time to Pound facing off against Accelerate. It's going to be a complete one-sided affair considering Accelerate's firepower mechanics are currently on point and they look pretty sharp. Nothing taken away from the players, by the way. Both of these players do have the same amount of skill level, or you can say the same amount of experience. All it comes down to is the team synergy. And considering 5am is completely a new team on the block, you can expect the synergy to be a little bit more shaky. That's why we can't say that Time to Pound is going to be the one to come through victorious, at least on the first map of Hacienda. Still on Search and Destroy, it's a big question mark because Tunisia is one of those maps that we know can go any side. We have seen a lot of those tables being flipped at the last moments.
Yeah, man, you were talking about Accelerate right now, and again, I think just the day before yesterday, we got to see Accelerate taking on Anthem, and it was an interesting matchup over there as well. I mean, again, we expected two of the best teams to just stretch it out to as long as possible. That didn't happen, but that early exchange was quite exciting. And then Anthem going up against Feline as well was also another exciting Tunisia. We got to witness the complete back and forth that was going on between the two sides. But it came down to those individual clutch moments, and I think Tunisia is built like that, especially, I mean, with all that we have seen in the last few days, that A-side choke point, it's very difficult to break into, and again, comes down to just individual players popping off mid-round, securing you a lot of crucial points on that map. But to kick things off, if you secure a hard point, I mean, from the perspective of 5am, if you secure a hard point today, it makes things extremely easy for you to close out the series. So I think right off the bat, all focus on Hacienda. Let's see what they're going to be up to. And of course, it does come down to what strategy they are thinking of. Are they just planning to go all in, just challenge the players of Time to Pound right for those fights on those hard points, or are they going to be a little bit cheeky, just run around the corner, especially that first hard point control? We've always seen how important that becomes.
Yeah, and a while ago I mentioned too, right? 5M is something that is not really a big fan of maybe Hacienda or Hardpoint in general, but today they need to perform on Hardpoint. If they do not perform on Hardpoint, then Search and Destroy is going to be out of their hands. We've already had a long-blown conversation about how good Time to Pound can be on Search and Destroy because it's one of those maps that requires a lot of those tactics and team synergy, and that's where Time to Pound can really prevail. So 5am now, they need to show some interest in Hacienda. They need to show some interest in Hardpoint if they do want to have a chance to win this entire thing. If they do not win the first Hardpoint itself, well, then Search and Destroy is definitely going to go the way of Time to Pound because you would not have a chance to play the Decider, which will be once again on Raid, which is one of the most classic maps so far. And speaking of Accelerate, right, they're a complete different beast. Accelerate is a lineup that is focused on completely one thing, and that's going to be the mechanics and the firepower.
Yeah.
If you try and speak of the tactics, they're none. We have seen a lot of those times in the past as well. In Search and Destroy, they almost got ruled out by Anthem, and that's a prime example of that. It's a team ruled on complete firepower, and when that firepower does not work, sometimes Accelerate, they can't fall on their faces.
They haven't fallen yet. That's the thing. We are yet to see them fall. Their strategy of just brute forcing their way through the competition, it's working out till now. I mean, from the Open Finals till now, we haven't seen them drop a single map. I know that it's not a lot of matches that have taken place, but still, right, it has to count for something that at least until the invited teams were mixed into the group, we were sure that no one was going to beat Accelerate. Now, still moving forward, it is possible for someone to take that undefeated title away from them, but I think considering they are in Group A and they have faced off against most of the teams inside of Group A already during the Open Finals and during the opening week of the challenge season, I think it is pretty clear that at least until we reach that challenge finals on LAN, Accelerate, their domination, their momentum is not going to be slowing down anytime soon. But again, coming back to this matchup, Time to Pound, clear favorites in this series right now. 5am, the underdogs in this fight today. And of course, it is always exciting to root for the underdogs, but you can't ignore the fact. So I think, Necro, I do agree with you. I think Time to Pound, this might not be a walk in the park for them, but it should be a convincing win. I think I'm expecting a 2-0 in this series. If it goes all the way to Raid, then again, maybe a 2-1 win for Time to Pound over there as well. Because Raid, I think it's not going to be too complicated for them.
And what's the main objective of the game, too? You need to take down the opponents to win the game, and that's what Accelerator has realized. You just take down the opponents, you win the game anyways. Why do you need to bring attack discs when you know you've got the aim and the mechanics to do so? Just take down the players, win the game modes, and that's what's working for Accelerator. It's a completely firepower-oriented lineup, and it's working out perfectly. Maybe some of the other teams as well can try and copy that, right? And today we might just see the same thing happening even from the side of Godlike. Godlike knows they do not really need to use the brain because the skill level that Godlike is on, you can say sometimes can surpass the players and the skill level of our region, and we've seen a lot of that times happen in the past as well. The only team that got super close to defeating Godlike was maybe, you can't say TWOB once in the past, and even Vitality. That's it. We haven't really seen anyone get even closer.
Yeah, I think, but this time it might be different because of the rosters that have recently formed, and especially I have a lot of hope from Accelerate. I think that team is very strong. Time to Pound and Anthem as well. Anthem, yes, I guess there are reasons for people to start doubting them, especially with that initial loss on day 1 of the challenge season. But it is just getting started. I think Anthem also has a lot to figure out, as we keep talking about them. Tactically extremely sound, but still those micro setups inside of the game, the communication seems lacking a lot of those times, and I think that is one key point for Anthem to work upon. Other than that, I think when it comes a time for Anthem to slow things down, they are the best when things are going extremely slow. They are going to play with your heads. And players on individual levels, I think that disconnect between the players also sort of allows them to sort of throw the game plan of the opposing side completely offbeat. But again, it is going to be interesting to see how these matches fares up, and especially what the journey for both the groups is going to be like, because while Accelerate, Anthem, both of them in the same group, Godlike is here. So I think the tough challenge for Time to Pound will be the side of Godlike, and to beat them, because that is, I think, something that everyone's going to be excited to see. But Time to Pound against 5 AM, and 5 AM, I hope they are prepared for this. We talked about Arju Prime, Weedy, ZFXG, also another key player. But here we go, the first mode of Hardpoint on our screens.
Team play and trades are going to be super important on Hacienda. And let's see 5AM are going to be the one to bring that on the board, because so far, Time to Pound is someone that has been pretty on prime with that team play, and especially if you're trying to speak of the trades as well, the team synergy, the communication, it's been on point for them. Progressive and Wanted, these two guys are already popping up. Wanted from the side of 5AM, and Progressive from Time to Pound. These guys are doing pretty good. And what am I watching? Master with the sniper on Hacienda? Now that's pretty rare. You do not really see a sniper being used, especially on this map, and especially on Hardpoint itself. But still, Master is like, you know what, screw it. I'm still going to bring out the sniper, and I'm going to try to go for a few quick scopes.
Hey man, if you can get that one shot, one kill, I mean, nothing could be anything better. Clean up very quickly, but again, Time to Pound. They slip up for a few seconds in the initial rounds, in the initial few moments of the game, but now it seems like they're finally back. The crossfire on that first Hardpoint. It seems like things are starting to click, but here they are, the players of 5AM making a comeback. And for a few seconds, they do manage to hold on to the control of that Hardpoint, but it instantly slips out of their hands. It's just a scramble to get those kills, Necro.
There's no way. Master is still opting to use that sniper, especially up close and personal. The man's still going for the quick scopes. And now they do realize the next Hardpoint as well is going to be popping up soon, within a minute. So they need to be a little bit more primed, and they need to be a little bit more known. The next Hardpoint pops up towards Garage. And already 5AM, they do want to take the lead on the point, but it's looking next to impossible, especially when Griffin is holding them down like that. With the Type 19, he's able to rack up a lot of those kills. Griffin, the man's still on the point, and he's pretty much denying everyone from the side of 5AM who tries to chime in on towards the board. And this is exactly what I'm saying. Look at the team play from Time to Pound. They know exactly what angle each and every single player needs to hold. They've got each other's back covered.
I mean, we talked about it. This wasn't going to be easy for 5AM, and Time to Pound is showing exactly why. The control of the Hardpoint completely in their hands. They get to hold it for... Could have held it for 19 more seconds, but Time to Pound, I mean, they have taken it back again from the players of 5AM somehow. And moving on to the next Hardpoint, this time it is going to be 5AM reaching their first, but not enough players to go for control. Feet there, so Time to Pound move in. The trades should come in without even breaking a sweat, especially with Progressive being in such a brilliant position behind enemy lines, finds that kill for his team. And look at this now. Time to Pound just being a distraction for the players of 5AM everywhere else on the map. They're getting slowed down so much.
Somehow they've got the hard points on the lockdown, but finally that lockdown is broken by 5am as they get the next hard point in their hands. But they just need to keep on par with the defense. As long as the defense is going to be on point, the players have time to pound. They're not going to have any chance to try and move on through. Another player gets taken down by ZXFG, but still, with the way things are going, man, time to pound, they've just got the better man advantage inside of the scenario. As 5M, they keep on losing out on the players, and just look at the amount of crossfires we're seeing being set up from the side of time to pound. It feels like 5M is just walking inside a meat grinder.
Well, let's see. I mean, it seems like they are going to walk inside this meat grinder again and again. And look at this, wanted to point it out, but that was a bait. What happened over there? Progressive couldn't do anything about it. 92 to 22, time to pound in the driving seat of this game clearly. And Griffin is going to try and force the players into a corner. The Sparrow comes out. Arju Prime goes down as well. Abyss right behind him. But Griffin finally shut down. Next hard point opens up in 4 seconds. This time both the teams are prepared for this one. 81 finds the opening frag, gets ignored from the flank, and he's still there, causing a lot of trouble for the players of time to pound. This could be it. This could be the moment that 5am gets to initiate their comeback. But as I say that, the clock comes out and Abyss just shuts down all of their dreams. Man, this is getting more brutal by the second.
Yeah, the heavy investments now, they're starting to be pulled through. You can see even an Annihilator. You also saw a Claw a while ago. So one thing is for sure, time to pound, they do have a lot of those operator skills racked up, and they are not scared to use it. And they've already went with all the heavy investments to get this P4 in their hands, and they've already gotten it as well. As they keep on racking up a few more kills on the point, it's really looking tough for the players of 5am. No matter what they try to do, no matter what they try to use, it's still not getting possible for these guys to try and move on forward towards the point without even taking any sort of damage. As time to pound, they constantly rack up those choke points. It's really tough for the players of 5am to try and do anything. They're trying to use the utilities to try and isolate the point, but it's still looking pretty tough. No matter even if you try and block the visual off the opponents, they still somehow get those kills.
Well, let's see. They are going to keep up that kill counter for as long as possible to not allow the opposing side a single second to breathe. But this time, 132 to 32, 100 points over. Time to pound. Complete control, but it seems like it might just slip away. Look at the kill feed. ZFXG, Arju Prime finding 2 important frags. Progressive and Abyss out of the picture, and here comes the Sparrow. It's an important play being made, but instantly shut down. That was horrible to watch, but still, I think that was the closure that time to pound needed. I think they are just going to run away with this game now, Necro.
Yeah, this hard point's completely smoked out, Johnny. They do want to create a little bit of that partition, but it's still looking next to impossible considering time to pound. They're just outruling the players of 5am when it comes to even those sheer mechanics. And 5am does not have any sort of reply to the players of time to pound. We already know time to pound, they're running away with a massive lead inside of this hard point. If the same thing keeps on following up, we know what the course of action is going to look like. We know what the outcome is going to look like for this entire hard point. The last few seconds left, and time to pound, they're not going to let go of the control, as now the next point as well is going to pop up. And this time around, 5am, if they do want to stand a chance to win this entire competition, if they do want to stand a chance to win this hard point, they need to contest it and not let go of it.
I think it might just be a little too late. Look at that. Nothing online left for the players of 5am. They're struggling to find those 4 streaks, and unless that happens, I think the struggles are just going to continue on the other side of time to pound. They're just farming these kills, man, and that is just helping them out so much. Just keep themselves in an advantage. 172 to 42. 5am struggling to even hit that 50 point.
Johnny Wanted was going crazy. He just popped a 3K a while ago. But that does not really matter when your teammates are not able to do anything. You can see Griffin, Random, even Progressive. These guys are racking up so many kills to the point where now the players of 5am, they're completely invisible on the map itself. They're getting spawn camped as well. They're not even having a chance to move outside of their own spawns. And look at what am I watching. Constantly, the players of time to pound, they're pounding through the players of 5am. At 5am, they're not even getting a chance to look at the hard point itself. As soon as they step in towards or anywhere near that hard point, they're instantly getting picked off by the players of time to pound. And even Abyss strikes down another player. What did I just see? 5am, they're starting to make a lot of those rookie mistakes.
Yeah, first wipes the floor with his leg and then with the opposing player. That was some flex from Abyss, just slides right in his face, dodges the fire, and then just turns around and takes him out. That just goes on to show how confident these lads are feeling. And again, I mean, 203, 53, equalizer online for Progressive. 2 more players running towards him. Should be a cleanup, but no, somehow they shut him down. But as you said it, Necro, it is done. It is pretty much over. 30 seconds remaining. And I think this hardpoint itself is where time to pound are going to close out this first mode.
The lead is way too massive, and it's not a search and destroy as well, considering a team synergy is looking on point. We know search and destroy, it requires the team synergy and the communications on the point. And for now, for Time to Pound, everything seems on point. They're looking like a completely new and reformed team, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from the side of Time to Pound. They're just dominating through, they're just running through against the players of 5am. That's 5am now don't even stand a chance getting spawn camped as well. Now the spawn sides are going to be flipped, but for how long can 5am keep on fighting through this entire thing? It's a misery, and they need to be let outside of it.
Well, it is a misery, but, you know, I think it is all going to come to an end soon. The next hard point, it is open, and the players of Time to Pound already there. Wanted from the balcony, does trying to find his frag, but fails to do so. Master runs in, Weedy, ZFXG shut down. Griffin finds one more. Time to Pound again. Very eager to close out this match, and just 10 points remaining. I think it is all coming to an end soon. As you mentioned, Necro, their misery, they are going to be put out of the pain, at least on Hardpoint. But 5am, can the comeback be made on Search and Destroy? That is what we find out next, because, well, Hardpoint is done.
Hardpoint, as I mentioned, Time to Pound, the only chance 5am can have a chance to pound down the players of Time to Pound is by winning this Hardpoint, but unfortunately 5am, they have missed on a big margin. But still 5am too, they are pretty strong at Search and Destroy. I do expect this one to go super close, but if Time to Pound keep on playing the same way they were playing this Hardpoint, with the communication, even those micro details that were needed inside of the game, Time to Pound was doing that perfectly, be it the utility utilization, even 5am. They did try to throw out some smokes, but it's really not going to matter when you've got all the 5 players just spamming through the smokes, and when you try to slide in, you instantly get welcomed with a barrage of utilities and bullets.
I think, as you mentioned in the middle of the game as well, the communication for today from the side of Time to Pound was just phenomenal. Every single player just covering up for each other extremely well. Multiple times we saw the players on operator skills get completely shut down, and yet when we expected that to be the big moment for the side of 5am to make a recovery, to just rubber band back into the game, it did not happen at all. The most amount of control they had on a hard point was within the first 20 seconds of the game. After that, they just walked in to die.
Yeah, I mean, just stuck on 50 points, that's a big thing, Johnny. And knowing the fact that, yes, 5am, we do understand it's quite the newer team on the block, but still getting pounded like this, it's something I never saw coming, right? It's an absolute pummel. It's an absolute domination from the side of Time to Pound. And knowing the fact that Time to Pound isn't even one of the best teams that this entire region has to offer, just imagine what 5am needs to go through in the future.
Oh, man, I mean, Search and Destroy. At least, I mean, the players don't respawn again and again every single round. I mean, after round, they do respawn, so that could be the saving grace for the side of 5am, maybe. But let's see.
No, Johnny, the real saving grace is going to be wanted in Search and Destroy. If this man pops off and keeps on getting those multi-kills, maybe there's a big chance. But you can't really forget, you've still got players like Griffin, Random, Progressive, and these guys are never going to let that happen.
Man, you talk about one guy popping out from the other side. Do you not see the entire team he has to face, Necro?
Exactly, man. I mean, especially if his sniper does work out, and if he keeps on getting those one-shots, then maybe there's a big chance he can rule out the opponents, but that cannot keep on happening all the 7 rounds, right?
Exactly. There will come a point when even Wanted is going to be pushed to his limits, and again, there are too many bodies for him to handle all alone, and again, that is why we mentioned at the start of the series as well, Weedy, Aju Prime, these 2 players also need to step up. This time, unfortunately, Aju Prime also shut down. Just 14 kills secured. Weedy also couldn't do much inside of this game. Time to Pound just dominating from the start till the very end, but still, that was just Hardpoint. They still have an opportunity to secure a win. Tenacia, complicated map. We know defensive side, you will have a slight edge in terms of holding those crossfires, blocking out those sites, and I would love to see what sort of strategy this time the side of Time to Pound are going to use, and how 5am plan to break this. We've seen a lot of just 1-4 splits. You send one man, beat 4 players playing on that A side. You get a little aggressive on mid as well. We've seen those normal standardized 2-3 plays being made as well. But then again, there have been teams that just like run forward. Doesn't matter. It's attack or defense. They just like to push, man. And based on how Hardpoint went, I think Time to Pound, that thought might be running through their head right now.
It's Tunisia we're speaking of, Johnny, and Tunisia is one of the classic maps. Even the layout, if you're trying to speak about it, it's one of the most classic layouts for Search and Destroy for a tactical map. So I genuinely think so over here as well. Time to Pound's going to have like the big edge over the players of 5 a.m. When you talk about the mechanics, they're on point. You talk about the team synergy and communication, on point. What else do you want to win a map like Tenacia? Nothing else. You just need that team communication and the tactics. And Time to Pound, they've already got that. Topple that off with the firepower. It's cherry on top of the cake. For 5 a.m., everything is missing. How are they supposed to make a comeback inside of the series when you do not have anything online? Even some of your star players are not doing that great. Aju Prime in that previous Hardpoint, he was a bottom fragger, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a problem, but let's see. I mean, it's a different mode now. So opportunity is still there. I mean, they can still take it to raid, but it's not going to be easy. But like, hey, look at this. Brilliant way to kick things off. VD finds the opener for his team. And Abyss almost caught off guard with no weapon in hand. Had that melee equipped. Still does find the trade for his side. Abyss shut down finally by Aju Prime. And in a matter of seconds, we do see Time to Pound just down to the last two players. 5 a.m., they have the upper hand. At least they can walk away with the round win now.
Yeah, maybe there's a big chance, but here we go. I mean, there's a big wraparound coming through. Both the players on the side of Time to Pound, they're on towards the A side, and they're moving in tandem as well, Johnny. There's a big chance. This lurk, this flank that they're trying to execute might just come through victorious. A few players can be caught, but unfortunately for these two guys, there's a big crossfire being set up, and Weedy is caught taking a nap. The first man gets taken down. The second one's right around the corner as well, but he's not being spotted just yet. And Random's going for the shots long range. He's got no clue. There's a man right above him. And considering he's prone down as well, Random's going to sneak past him. But still, his footsteps are being heard by the player himself. And Aju Prime is now searching for Random. I'm not sure what's going on with the players at 5 a.m. But eventually, Aju Prime, he does hand out the deal sealer.
Wow, I mean, somehow they do manage to walk away with the first round win. Gaining that initial advantage was very important. Shutting down Abyss as well. 5 a.m. definitely pushing on whatever they get. But let's see. Need 6 more to secure the win on this mode.
And we have seen this thing as well. It's usually the known team. It's usually the good team who loses the first round. And then later on, it's an absolute domination by them.
That is true.
It's been the meta for a long time. And right now as well, pretty much it feels like that's going to be the same course of action too. Master going for the peaks once again. And you forgot about Master too, Johnny. I mean, we know what this man is capable of as well on Sniper. Master has been crazy on Search and Destroy with his snipers too.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, he was also the first man to die in the previous round.
You really got to do him like that.
Has
Sometimes
to
it does
avoid
happen,
it,
right? Sometimes
he
even
has
the best
to
of
avoid
the
it.
best. They get taken down off the rip. But hold on, Master. It's time to redeem himself. It's his redemption arc. But Random as well towards the side. He can definitely catch a few players off guard. As soon as I say so, he gets caught, though. Weedy with a nice 2-piece on the board. And this 2K is going to mean a lot. The players on the side, they've got the side control. It's a 1-on-3. What exactly is happening with Time to Pound? They're getting pounded off the rip. And it's not something we saw coming at all. Even Aju Prime has got his hands on the sniper. A double sniper setup, even from the side of 5 a.m. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, it is quite interesting, and it is becoming more and more intense, but this is exactly what we talked about, right, Necro? I mean, just because you don't have to worry about every individual once you take them out, it makes things a little bit easier for the side of 5 a.m. Plus, all of them are playing together, not a single split play coming in from the side of 5 a.m., making it extremely difficult for the defenders to hold on to the site. But this time it's just progressive. That's the casualty in the game. Still a 4v5, and the players of Time to Pound, they decide to move in. The trades coming in from either side, 3 versus 3. 3v2 in the favor of Time to Pound. First time
here we go.
in this search and destroy. They have the upper hand, and they close out the round in a split second. What an amazing retake coming in.
And it begins. Now the wind is back in the sails of Time to Pound, and this is exactly what they needed, a momentum breaker. And they've already found that. The momentum is now pretty much broken. And that's a great thing for Time to Pound. But still, those quick bursts on the side, something Time to Pound needs to work with. So far in the first 2 rounds, those quick bursts have been working out pretty wonders for 5 a.m. And if the same thing keeps on happening over and over again, then Time to Pound is definitely going to be pummeled in their head. Their mental is not going to be looking too good to try and hold off some of the pushes that 5 a.m. might just bring through on the board. Sniper is there on the opposite side, and Weedy whips the first shot. And still the second shot has been taken by Weedy, but unfortunately it was on leg, so the man was not taken down just there. Progressive is also quite softened up. He needs to back up, and that's what he's doing. But unfortunately, he gets caught while he tried to back away.
Well, let's see, though. Still an opportunity there. 3 versus 4. Not a big disadvantage or a deficit. Oh no, wanted. He almost saw that man hiding in a corner, but Master does manage to run away. The smoke dissipates, and this might be the opportunity for Master to strike, but shot whiff. Wanted still there. The backstep from Griffin coming in, and now the players of 5 AM, they find themselves sandwiched, but Griffin and Master both shut down, and it's down to a 1 versus 2 random. Where is he? Spotted out, takes down Arju Prime, but gets taken out and shot in the face by Wanted. What a close round. 3-1, 5 AM. They're holding on to this lead.
Yeah, the head cut off in the end. And time to pound once again. They lose another round. 1-3, Johnny. This is pretty impressive from the side of 5 AM. That's great. After losing Hardpoint in such a one-sided fashion to maybe 5 AM, they had something cooked up for this Tunisia. And it's working out pretty well. Master with that quick snap onto Wanted. That's a great way to kick things off. And Master once again looking at quick snap someone else's wall as he walks on towards the board. And what a shot that was from Weedy. He slides out, gets the shot onto Master, completely out-aims that man. And now Abyss is going to be another guy to try and get things under control towards that area. And even Griffin wraps up all the way from the back, getting that one piece on the board, but that's it he finds. Even the second man is holding quite the off angle, and Progressive, he out-aims the second guy as well. Time to pound. Some of the players, they need to come up with some heroic plays to try and strike down 5 AM, and that's what they've realized.
Oh boy, I mean, time to pound. Still keeping the opposing side in check. Do not get too confident for those first 3 rounds. Again, so much aggression, so much commitment. Now I think they finally realize it's all about going all in, but Progressive just blown with a nade. Here's Smithereens, 5 AM gaining that advantage without even first contact.
What a nade that was. Good lineups. Able to find that crucial value as well on towards the side, and that's going to break the control. Time to pound now, left to the 4-on-5. Still a 4-man squad is capable of pulling off wonders. And if Griffin's able to find even one single player, that can mean a lot to his team. There we go. The first contact comes into play, but unfortunately not exactly in the favor off the players of time to pound, but you've still got 2 more standing players, and these 2 players are more than enough to clutch things out. Master and Random, the 2 OGs, the 2 veterans left to deal with against some of the new players on the block of 5 AM. But can these new players be struck down by the veterans? And the answer is going to be no. Just one single man's going to be more than enough to take care of these 2 old dogs.
Man, a very difficult task for both of them, especially considering both of them decided to move in with those snipers. They were playing for information, just trying to see if they can force the players of 5 AM step outside of their cover. Weren't really able to find those sprays. Looking at this, another opportunity now. A lot of commitment towards that B site from 5 AM this entire time. Time to pound though. All prepared. This time they are the ones moving towards B. Oh no, though. Abyss still the first casualty of the round, and the players of 5 AM, look at the radar. They're so quick to move in to defend this B side.
Time to pound. It's 2-4 though, still, Johnny. Round advantage in the hands of 5 AM, and that's a great thing. And now for time to pound on the attack. They're doing much better, honestly speaking. 2-on-3, still it's possible, big time, and Griffin as well is still live. With this off angle, he's able to find a decent amount of value.
Oh!
And even Progressive outruled ZFXG. That shotgun was not able to find the right track. And eventually, Griffin will also hand out the nail in the coffin. And that's it. It's time to pound to take the first round of this attacking side in their hands.
Man, did you see what he did there? Just jumped right at his face, as he mentioned. He knew he had to be just like extremely close and personal for that shotgun to work. And yet, Progressive just went in without any fear in his eyes. 3-4, time to pound again with a brilliant comeback. At least in the initial round, a lot of commitment towards the B-side again. This time there's one man standing in their way. They do spot him out, trying to secure that kill and secure the side, but really gets the first shutdown as Master gets picked off. Abyss does find the trade, and the B-side is going to be theirs. What about the retake? How do they play this one out?
Over-aggression needs to be controlled, and here comes the first engagement. Abyss is going to hand out the death blow to ZFXG, but the sniper from Wheaties once again handing out some nice deals. Eventually, Weedy gets caught. Considering up close and personal, you can't really do a lot with the sniper. And that's it. 4-4. Equalizer being handed out by the players of Time to Pound. On the attack, they're doing much better. Now, usually you see the no-name struggle on attack and do pretty good on defense. But Time to Pound and 5am, both these teams are pretty good on attack.
Yeah, they have been quite incredible. And again, quite a rare side, but I guess utilizing the information they might have learned from the previous Tunisia we have witnessed. Oh! I thought he had it, man. I thought Progressive was going to find that kill, but Weedy with an incredible shutdown. Nice headshot connection over there.
But Master as well with that quick trade was able to get a lot done. And even Griffin and Abyss, they follow up in a good fashion. Abyss was taken down barely in his sliver of HP, but still the fact that he's alive, it's crazy. He's still going for the duels constantly. Abyss knows he does not really need to hand out the duel straight up. He needs to delay as much as possible. Time's something that's going to be off the essence, and as long as Abyss is delaying the time, it's going to be a good thing. And there we go. Eventually he pushes up as he realizes he's facing off against the sniper. But still, sometimes we're not really seeing these teams check their corners.
Yeah, I mean, that is going on right now. It just seems like everyone just wants to go and fight each other head on. But
oh my god.
Why? Peeked around the corner into his own death.
Yeah, he just said hello to his own sniper scope, and there we go. Honestly, that was a jump scare.
Yeah, man.
The way he just directly looked into that sniper scope and said hello. Yeah, it's a whole different thing that he was not really able to get the outcome in his own hands, but still, it was a moment. And even Abyss, yeah, I mean, at this point in time, there's nothing to cast. Time to Pound is just pounding through the competition once again on the attack.
And they started running around the map to find those kills for themselves, not really waiting or willing to wait for the players of 5am to show up for the retake. 6-4, now they have a 2-round advantage to work with, a safety cushion for Time to Pound, but this is where 5am, they are getting a little over aggressive. Early clearance towards mid. That is exactly where the players of Time to Pound are looking to move in from. And ZFXG quite far deep inside of the map now. Almost behind enemy lines.
This blows. Weedy was taken down by Master. And as long as the first duel is going to be in the hands of Time to Pound, automatically they will also have the mental edge. And now you can see the players too slowly and steadily sneaking up. Pulling out the utilities as well. Is this lineup going to be able to find anything? The answer is going to be no. The nade was wasted. Griffin knows exactly there's someone around the corner. And even the peek could have came through, but unfortunately the timing was not in his favor. And now the man as well, they've got a chance to pull off a big flank. If they do come through with this flank, it's going to be massive. Even Wanted is wrapped up, and this is exactly what I was speaking of you into the pregame segment. Wanted's pretty quick on his feet. He knows exactly when to wrap up, and he's able to find some crucial value, but eventually he gets caught, and that's a bad thing. And now the situation once again favoring the players of Time to Pound. It's quite a slow round this time around, but Progressive with his off angles is able to catch on Ju Prime. As another piece falls down from this puzzle. ADV, he walks up all the way from the back, catching Master, so that's a great thing. But still for Time to Pound, yeah, the crossfire that they had set up was beautiful. As even the last haircuts handed out in quite a great fashion. Time to Pound, a quick duo on the board off the rip. And for them, it's quite a great start considering Time to Pound inside of the leaderboards as well. They're now going to be doing much better.
Well, it was an incredible start for 5am, but in the end, Time to Pound, as soon as they regained composure, made it difficult for 5am to even breathe for a second. Especially that second half on attack, it just seems like the tables were completely turned, and 5am just realized, alright, things might be extremely easy if we just do what they did, just full aggression towards one side, do not think about the other side, do not think about complicated anything. Got those early rounds and got the equalizer, and then they just started to spread all over the map looking for those kills for themselves. But incredible performance coming in from Time to Pound. But Necro, this is what we expected from the start as well, to be honest.
Yeah, we did, right? We pretty much knew that Search and Destroy is supposed to be the way of Time to Pound. But generally speaking, I thought maybe on defense, Time to Pound can do much better considering you can have better holds with better communication. But no, that was not the case. If your opponents are really making a quick execution on towards the site, you can't really come up with some quick rotations as well. And that's exactly what the problem was. You saw the players of 5am finding some quick frags on towards the side with the utilities itself. And then later on, they used to walk in with the guns, outnumbering the players on the side itself, and that's why the players of Time to Pound could stand no chance.
Well, but it was still an incredible game, I mean, between these two sides. 5 a.m. definitely putting up a tough fight on Search and Destroy, but Time to Pound, call it experience, call it the firepower, whatever they have, they just made it work, man. And especially, I mean, Progressive, I mean, this man is insane with how he plays on Search and Destroy, to be honest. I mean, I never expect anyone to commit like how he does. Look at this, just peeks the sniper and goes prone trying to find that kill.
We saw two double sniper setups. Progressive and Random was the one who was wielding the sniper. Not exactly Progressive, I mean Master and Random. These two guys were the one to wield the sniper in their hands. And it was working out pretty well, especially on the attack. It did wonders. But on defense, for some reason, we did see a lot of those struggles. Yeah, a few rounds were won here and there, but on the behalf of those retakes, which were honestly speaking pretty lucky, the fact that they were able to get those positive traits in their hands. Because with the way 5am was getting their take on the site, it was beautiful. Finding the first frag with the utilities, knowing exactly where the players are going to be hiding, and that shows the sheer homework these guys did. Yeah,
I mean, they studied up, but again, I mean, the expected result is here 2-0 in the favor of Time to Pound. That was the first series of the day. But 5am, their journey is still not over. They have, I mean, we can call it a revenge match, right? They are going to go up against Panda Express soon. And this is again a repeat of how things went down from the perspective of 5am when they were in the upper bracket of that open finals. That was the first defeat they ever received. Panda Express beat them 2-1 in what was basically a comeback win from the side of Panda Express. 5am did end up winning Hardpoint that time, but lost on Search and Destroy and Control. And today, again, starting off a day on a loss, it's not easy, but they have to regain their composure because a win will always be a win. It still gets you points on that leaderboard, and they need to focus on the next game now.
Yeah, I mean, next game is pretty much going to be quite an interesting one as well. We might just see Panda Express in action. We might see Panda Express dominate the upcoming game. There's still a lot of those big question marks in our head because, generally speaking, 5am, yes, somewhere down the line, we knew that this is supposed to be a 2-0. On paper, Time to Pound is much more better if you try and compare them to, of course, the players of 5am. They were supposed to be better, and once again, that's exactly what happened. On paper as well in the upcoming map, Panda Express, they might just have a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, they might have a tough time, but again, I mean, if you can go up toe-to-toe against the side of Time to Pound, then maybe you can secure a win in whatever team you're going to be facing up against, except maybe just a few names in both those groups. But it is going to be an interesting match. I'm expecting this one to actually go all the way towards Control, get all three modes in front of us, because that is what happened last time. I want to know what your thoughts are on the next upcoming games.
Maybe a 2-0, it all depends on the Hardpoint itself, because even the last time when these two teams faced off against each other, the pick was Apocalypse. And once again, map veto is going to be super crucial. If we're going to see Apocalypse being picked, then it's going to be super close Hardpoint. If we're going to see Hardpoint, if we're going to see Hacienda once again being picked in Hardpoint, then I do not know what to say. But for 5am, if they do want to stand a chance to win, the same formula is going to apply over here too. They need to win the Hardpoint, then they can have a big chance of winning the entire Search and Destroy. If they do not win the Hardpoint, well then Panda Express is going to run away with the Search and Destroy. But you know what? That's for the upcoming matchup. And the upcoming matchup is going to be there, but after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I saw them right now, and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Let it go together, it'll be all of it, it's all good. And it's all good.
Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now, and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all of it, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was stuck in the place, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after the short break to Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile. We're currently inside of the day 2 of the challenge season. And Johnny, we already saw Time to Pound thrashing their opponents in a complete one-sided fashion. But for 5 a.m., the day's not done just yet. They still need to face off against Panda Express. And this matchup has been there once in the past in the Open Finals. But now they face off against each other once again. So one thing is for sure, Johnny, they might have a lot of that research against each other. But still, if you try and say who's going to be the one with the advantage, I would say it's Panda Express.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be Panda Express, considering they have done this once before. We did talk about this a few moments ago. The matchup during the upper bracket finals. Yes, the map veto back then was different. It could be different completely this time, but Panda Express, again, with all of that experience, they know what they have to do to take on the side of 5am to beat them once again. Ron, Uriel, Treasure, Husband, Babla, we've seen these players in action once before, and let's see what, or in fact, how they're going to show up today.
Yeah, we've seen these players in the action yesterday itself, and for Panda Express, with the way things went, it was not really that great, but let's just hope that maybe they do get the redemption arc done today itself. We have seen all the players in action once in the past, and these guys have faced off against their own opponents that they're going to face off today, 5am, and these highlights, too, they're off that same game. The match was played on Apocalypse. It was super close off the rip. It was the players of 5am who was dominating, but then later on, once again, you saw the players of Panda Express come through with quite a dominating lead and come through victorious in that game. So it's still quite tough to say who's going to be the one to come through on top, especially on the first hardpoint. But in general, I still think, knowing the fact that Panda Express, they've already learned their lesson when they faced off against 5am the first time, they're not going to get too complacent this time around.
Yeah, let's see if they pick Apocalypse again, or maybe, I mean, even the last time, it got very close between the two sides, I think.
It was.
Yeah, it was a very close matchup, so it barely slipped out of the hands of Panda Express. You never know, maybe this time they just show up thinking, all right, we made a mistake last time, we're going to pick the same map, but might not lose to them this time around. Let's see the Veto. Oh,
okay, well, they did not do so. They did not do so. Panda Express, they went with Hacienda this time around because they know if they do go with Apocalypse once again, at this point, it's going to be an ego challenge. So this time around, just try and play it a little bit safe, go on with the classic maps, and that's going to be Hacienda. And the second classic map as well towards Search and Destroy. It is firing range, a pick from the side of 5am. Now for Panda Express, considering it is their pick, there's a big chance they might just come through. But so far, the meta's been completely opposite.
Yeah.
A team that picks the map, they never win their own map pick.
Yeah, that has been the case. I mean, it can hold true this time as well, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Hacienda, we just saw 5am take a big beating on Hacienda just now, a few moments ago against Time to Pound. So you know for a fact that the confidence on this map is shaking already. Maybe Panda Express can use that against them and just put additional pressure. Just pretend you are Time to Pound. Just run towards them, shooting your weapons in their direction, and I think hopefully they are going to start to choke easily.
And that's the thing, right? The last time when these two teams collided, I think so the score was 245 to 250.
Yes,
that's
it was
how
very
close it was. Just 5 points separating each other from that defeat. And knowing the fact that now Panda Express, they should pretty much learn their differences. They should pretty much learn what they went through in the past times and now come through with much more of a reformed strategy when they face off against 5am. The only reason why last time it went so close was because later on Panda Express got way too complacent. But then in Search and Destroy, they once again caught the pace.
Well, let's see though. I mean, they have caught the pace, and it is going to be interesting to see. Can the keep the pace up now? Hacienda begins the first mode between these two sides. A revenge match for 5am, or a match that can propel Panda Express into a dominating position on the leaderboard. But this time it is going to be the side of 5am to kick things off, and the firepower looks good as they find the first 2 kills. But Husband, what was that? A 2K coming in. He just managed to run away, avoid getting taken out over there.
It's Husband we're speaking of, Johnny. Of course, with that Odin, the man's absolutely dominating. But hold on, Wanted as well. He's still there on the board. Wanted was able to find a nice 3-piece on the board, but then later on, it's once again the players of Panda Express getting the lead back in their hands. This Hacienda so far feels like it might just be dominated by the players of 5am. They are getting the kills, but they forget that the main objective is on the point.
Well, let's see though. Main objective, as you mentioned, it is going to be that hard point down in the center, and this time it's going to be the players of Panda Express who get their first 5am extremely distracted with just trying to secure all of those kills for themselves, but it's not been working out too well for them. 18 to 5. I have to say though, Necro, I mean, these two teams are just taking their own sweet time fighting each other.
And we can't really forget, Panda Express, they've got Crusher. The last time when we saw Crusher on screen, man, this guy was crushing the competition. But so far, Crusher has not been activated just yet. Already you can see the players on towards that P2, towards the garage. And yes, they've already got the control as well established in their hands. ZFXG gets caught, gets taken down instantly. And the crossfire that are being set up from the side of Panda Express, they seem tough to break through.
Well, let's see though, I mean, still proving quite solid. The players of Panda Express at least off to a decent start, but the next hard point is where they start facing a challenge. The players of 5am start building a comeback for themselves, 20 to 26. It seems like it is going to be another close hard point between the two sides, but Husband, he's looking to move in, checking the corners, man, right next to him. Doesn't even realize there's another player from the opposing side right behind him. Weedy moves in, Treasure and Crusher taken out. Husband finds the trade for his team, and this time again, Panda Express. I mean, a complete shutdown of 5 AM for the second time.
Yep. But here's the problem, right? 5M, they're definitely getting the kills on the board, but for some reason, they're not able to step their foot on towards the point. It is still getting super close, don't get me wrong. 31-40, that's really close. 9 points separating you to pretty much tie up the score against Panda Express, but Panda Express, they're always so quick on their feet. They're always so proactive. And look at Wanted already. The man's pushed up. The man's also flashed. He does not see anything. It was just spamming through on that wall, but eventually Wanted's at least able to escape that entire deadlock. He's still alive on the board, 35-42. Panda Express, they somehow do get the advantage once again back in their hands. They've got the point slow control, and he's already pulled out the equalizer in his hands.
Well, let's see though, 43-43, the equalizer is there on the board. Somehow they managed to bring themselves back. 5 AM putting up a tough fight on the board, and Panda Express, even if for a second they slip up, 5 AM, they won't leave that mistake unpunished right here. 81, he does get an advantage, at least a few extra kills right on the hard point. And as you mentioned this,
oh my god,
they
Treasure.
were getting those frags for themselves, but they were getting those kills all in the wrong places. Now they're finally starting to contest the hard point, but as soon as you say that, Treasure with that war machine gets his team a little bit of breathing room. At the last few seconds of this hard point, they do manage to get themselves in the lead again, Panda Express, but the hard point moves, and along with them, the players move as well.
The only reason why they got the hardpoint control was all because of that war machine. So once again, some heavy investments, they need to be made towards the hardpoint itself. And Ron Rizla is already making his way towards the next point. Already you can't see the contention happening from the side of Panda Express. They are once again starting to build that massive lead. And even as Barra is being pulled out, Uchu Prime was able to find Ron Rizla, but the trade from Morelli was fantastic. He was able to strike down 2 players on return, and even the war machine from the side of Zedifix, she's able to find a 2-piece, but that 2-piece is not enough to gain the map control and gain the point control itself.
30 more seconds, they gotta hold on to this for 30 more seconds, but still, the struggles continue. Panda Express, they have a slight advantage to work with the players of 5 AM moving, and Alju Prime and Weedy, both of them doing very well this time around. We want to see these players in the top-notch form, and it seems like now against Panda Express is when we are seeing it happen. 87, 88, finally Panda Express, just a few more seconds to breathe on top of this hard point, but they're gonna have to move again for that center, for that fountain.
Yeah, Johnny, once again, the same problems. They keep on popping up. The kills are definitely flowing in for 5AM, but not exactly on the point they need to be. 5AM are getting those individual picks, but they're not able to get the points controlled, and that's the main issue. The objective is something that means a lot, and that's what Panda Express does realize. And Panda Express, they're already starting to put up a remarkable lead, and that's something 5AM need to realize as well. They need to try and close on up that lead as soon as possible. If the lead just keeps on building up, later on, it'll be too late to pull off the comeback. Ron Grizzler once again from the back, finding a nice flank as he shuts down the player that was riding the screen, but still the next hard point. It's in contention of no one. Eventually, it is going to be the players of 5AM who step inside of that, but they're not able to sustain that hard point for too long.
Well, let's see though. It's going to be interesting to see how things turn out. 105-63, a big advantage this time. Now, Panda Express, a little bit of safety cushion to work with, but 5 AM, they show up fighting for contention, fighting for those controls. Alju Prime, a lot of shots whiffed. Could have been bad, but still finds a frag, runs around the corner to try and bring his HP back up. Weedy as well managed to retain control of that hard point for a few extra seconds, but Panda Express moving on to the next one. The garage, the crossfires, once they are set up, very difficult to break without utility or any operator skill. And now, Panda Express, they are set. The claw comes out as well from Uriel, but only able to find one frag. Could have been much bigger.
Yeah, it's a big blow considering the fact that from the back lines, the players already do close on up and get those positive trades in their hands. Even the equalizer pulled out from ADIF, and that's starting to rack up a lot of those kills as well. Even Weedy pulls out the Annihilator. Here comes the big investments from 5AM, but they're already bringing everything on the board. While you try and look at Panda Express, they still need to bring up their operator skills, so that's a big thing. That's when as Panda Express brings in their operator skills, they can easily get the points control back in their hands. But for 5AM, they're on the verge of closing the lead that Panda Express gained over them.
Well, let's see, it's a big lead for 5 AM, as you mentioned, closing in slowly and steadily. Still a slight advantage for the players of Panda Express, and even with 14 seconds, it seems like they are going to try and nullify the deficit that has been cleared up by the players of 5 AM. But the FXG, could have been a big play, but Ron Rizla finds a track. and still does manage to survive for a few extra seconds, buying his team enough time to move on to the next hard point. And this is where it turns out into an all-out brawl, because Panda Express now, they are going to try their level best to close in on that 200-point marker at 5 AM. Either they catch up now or they just get left behind, man.
It's a spree brawl out in the open. Even the war machines are now being pulled out, and this is what exactly I was saying, right? Still the big investments from the side of Panda Express. They're lacking. They haven't really used those. And as soon as Panda Express, they start to pull those investments out, you can clearly see the struggles from the side of 5AM. They do not really have a lot to do towards this point. They can't really pull out something that can be the X factor and surprise the players of Panda Express. While Panda Express, they constantly keep on gaining the lead. Now 5AM, they need to do something desperately. They need to stop the players of Panda Express right here on their tracks. They've still got 20 more seconds on this hard point.
Yeah, they still have 20 more seconds, 154. If they can close to 160 as well, it could be big for them. Treasure shutting down onto Prime. ZFXG finds 1 kill, but that is definitely not going to be enough. On the other side, Wanted securing an important frag, getting some control of the next hard point for his team, or at least clearing up a little bit of a pathway for them to move in as well. But it's not going to matter. The players of Panda Express, Necro, look at them move. They are there first, and they're going to be able to lock this hard point in as well.
Oh, it just blows the fact that now the players are starting to fall down like a piece. And it's not looking too nice for the side of 5AM. At least they do get some sort of semblance of that control. So they're getting the points flow right now in their hands. But for how long can they sustain it? That's the real question. Here comes the push once again from the side of Ron Ritzler as he's able to find that nice 2-piece toward the hard point itself. And that's the exact thing that I'm trying to bring up on the board here. 5AM, they do get the kills, but not on the point. While you try and compare the same thing to Panda Express, they know exactly what to prioritize. They know exactly when to prioritize that thing.
Well, let's see 176, 110, but this time it just seems like 5AM. They are in a much better position to hold on. Panda Express, the retake looks good, but it gets shut down by the side of Arju Prime, and he's still surviving. But all the players, the entire team of Panda Express looking to move in. Arju Prime finally shut down, really with a trade coming in. ZFXG chimes in as well, and there's the cleanup. Somehow, 5AM do manage to retain a little bit of control on towards that hard point, but hey, Panda Express still close to a 60-point lead in their favor, so they still have the upper hand in this matchup. And again, going to one of the most challenging positions inside of this game. Husband, he needs to get at least a 3K over here. What a way to go out! Jumps on his face and gets shot in the leg.
It's like Panda Express to let go of the final few 5 or 6 seconds on the hard point because they want to be proactive towards the next hard point and move on over there before the players of 5AM. So that's why maybe you can't say the lead is slowly and steadily getting closed on up, but still 130 to 181, that's a stark difference. And something needs to be done by 5AM. They need to keep on winning the duels towards the hard point itself. Ative, he pulls out the equalizer. He's able to find a nice 3-piece on the hard point itself, and that's a great thing. Towards the balcony, he's able to do a lot of that damage, and once again denying the potential off the take from the side of Panda Express. Ative was the man who was able to get so many kills.
Well, let's see though. Ative, he's done a brilliant job all this time inside of this game at Panda Express. Once again, do get themselves moving up on that scoreboard. 192 to 145. Still climbing almost at 200, and as soon as that happens, you know they're going to go all in to make that final push to get that closer on this hard point this time. Ative and Weedy trying the level best to keep the players of Panda Express at bay. 155 AM looking to make a comeback. But hey, the Sparrow, oh no! Did not get a single kill off of that Necro. That was such a big waste. Could have gone bigger.
It could have gone bigger, but Johnny, here comes the real struggle for Panda Express now. They're stuck on 194 for such a long time. They're not able to move up to that 200 points marker, but here we go. Finally, they do get the control, but even 5AM, they're looking pretty desperate. They do not want to let the points control go off for even a few seconds, and even Unto Prime with that Sparrow was able to find some positive trades on the board, but that positive trade is not going to be enough when you've got the players of Panda Express flowing on towards the point anyways. And look at Panda Express. Every single player is flooding through from different directions. And for the side of 5AM, they're not able to counter this entire take. But still, you do not really have a lot of that time left over on the hard point itself. Eventually, 5AM do clear out the entirety of Panda Express, and now they're going to lock in the lead.
Well, let's see, though. They are going to try and lock in, but 5AM, can they just retain this control till the end of the game? It's going to be a big play and a big comeback if they actually manage to pull this off. Look at Arju Prime not stopping down. Husband from the side of Panda Express trying his level best, but it seems like everyone from the side of Panda Express has been shut down. And look at Weedy and Adif, how incredible these two players have been. Weedy sitting on 55 kills already, Necro. Adif on 41. These two lads have just made sure that 5 a.m. they are going to be in the driving seat of this game from here on out. But here it is, Husband pulls out the Annihilator and he needs to go for a cleanup at least once before getting taken out. But that is not even going to happen as PD, Adif and Uriel, all of them just keep moving forward. Wonder chimes in as well with that UAV, and at least Panda Express, they've been stopped in their track. 5 a.m. not allowing them to just move freely anymore in this game.
Once again, the same thing happens, right? Panda Express, they choke up a final few moments of the hard point, just like the last time they did when they faced off against 5 a.m. But Panda Express, this time around, they need to learn something from the past mistakes. If they haven't learned anything, well then what's the point of making a mistake in the first place? Panda Express 211 to 204. 5 a.m. still not that far away from the lead that the players of Panda Express have established so far, but it's all going to come down to the investments that the players of Panda Express can make in the upcoming moments. If they do have some operator skills up, maybe something can be helpful, but the answer is going to be no. So far they don't, but as soon as I say so, Ron Rizzler does have one up now. He can pull that out if he wants to.
Well, let's see though, how do they close this game out, or in fact, which side is going to close out this game now?
Oh my God,
217. It's again very close. 59. He's almost going. He will cross the 60 kill marker in this game for sure. Let's see how quickly does that happen. Uriel and Treasure with an incredible shutdown. As long as Weedy is out of the picture, Panda Express, they can still win this hard point. 235, 236, closing in on that win with every single second. 9 seconds remain. The shutdown comes in from the side of 5 a.m.
We might just see a 70 bomb being pulled out from 5 a.m. There's a big chance we might just see Weedy pull out the 70 bomb. There's a big chance. If this hard point keeps on delaying for too long, maybe Weedy can't pull it out. But one thing is for sure, Weedy's back's got to hurt. He's carrying his team on the back. And even the same thing can be said for Adif too. These two boys just performing at the top-notch level. And his teammates, they need to try and perform as well on that same level to try and get the lead against the players of Panda Express. But this Annihilator from Weedy's once again starting to rack up a lot of those kills. 66 kills on the board, and Weedy, there's going to be another man moving in from the back lines itself. And even Adif now starting to pop off with the Fennec in his hands. Adif and Weedy, these two guys with the SMGs, they're racking up so many kills. Another Predator missile that comes into play from Weedy towards the hard point, but he was not able to find any sort of success. 242 to 237. 5M, they still have a big chance to come out on top, and now as they do get the hard point control, they still do have a decent amount of time to shook off the players off Panda Express.
It's again very close, Necro. Between these two teams, we are again in the same situation as we were in during the upper bracket finals of that open finals. But look at this, 245 to 244, 5 a.m. Last few seconds remain, 247 to 244, 70 bomb almost there, 69 kills for Weedy. But more than those kills, it will be about securing that win. Uriel with the claw gets shut down, and this could be big play coming in, but there's another claw waiting for them on the other side. Wonder chimes in, and the run-in is there. 249, 250.
Okay, what?
They have done it. 250 to 248. Again, another close call between the two sides. Man, 5 a.m. That was impressive.
Did he get the 70 bomb? That's what I want to find out.
I think he did.
He did, I think so as well. He just got the 70 bomb, 70 kills on the board for Weedy. That's crazy if you think about it. The man's back's got to hurt, Johnny. The back has got to hurt. He's carried his team to the victory, to the finishing line. He's the only reason why they won.
Okay, I don't think he was able to secure the 70 bomb. I think he was stuck at 59.
But still, it's the golden number, right?
Yeah.
Of course, the legend, he gets the golden number in his hand. 69 frags on the board for Weedy. But what a way to close things out. We all thought that maybe Panda Express is going to be the one to make it look completely one-sided. But then Weedy and Adif, they step up big time, especially Weedy getting 69 frags. Oh, boy. What can you even say about that outstanding performance? Nice. I just want to see the players perform the same way, even in the upcoming times, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, everyone wants to see a similar performance, but it is exceptional. That's why it's more impressive. But Weedy, what a day he's having now. I mean, I think after that loss against Time to Pound, these lads are a little upset, and they're taking out all of their frustration on the side of Panda Express right now. But let's see. Incredible match between these two sides. But Necro, you know what I'm afraid of now? Of history repeating itself. The last time what happened, Panda Express, they got beaten on Hardpoint by the side of 5 a.m. And then once we moved on to search and destroy and control, it was Panda Express that came out on top. And that is what I'm afraid of happening again.
You know what, Johnny? Now I'm a believer. I believe that it's going to be 2-0 in the favor of 5 a.m. Considering they got the first hard point, and they've already overcame the biggest nightmare that could have been there of losing the hard point. But considering they did not lose the hard point, and even the players like Addiv and Weedy, they're starting to feel on top of the game, one thing is for sure. If they play the same way, even in Search and Destroy, it's going to be tough to snatch it away from the guys, man.
Yeah, man, also, we were so impressed by Weedy getting those 69 kills that we completely ignored Addiv as well. He got 57. That's not a small feat as well. So, these two lads, incredibly done. And to be honest, we did not expect this because up until the midway marker of this matchup, Panda Express was a team that was leading the charge. They had, what, like a 50-60 point advantage against the side of 5 a.m. Then all of a sudden you see Weedy pop off. Addiv was already doing well, and it was just a complete shutdown. Panda Express could not even think about making a comeback. They didn't even realize what happened to them.
I think Weedy did it on purpose. He needed the 69 kills just to be there as like a golden boy for that entire series. But yeah, 69 kills on the board from Weedy. That's got to be the highlight. That's got to be the main play for the entire day. One thing is for sure, we're going to see the highlight being cut out even on the main Instagram page of ESL India. So make sure to follow all the socials of ESL India itself. But Johnny, moving on the conversation towards Search and Destroy. Now it's going to be another classic map, and that's Firing Range. The last time when these two teams collided, they collided on the map of Express. Considering Panda Express, they were the one to come out on top. They also had a little bit of that name buff, but I genuinely think so. In Firing Range, it might just be 5 a.m. doing their 5 a.m. things. Yeah,
because they wake up at 5 a.m. and practice, right? That's the theory we were trying to come up with. Or practice till 5 a.m. We never know, but they're getting in a lot of practice. But anyways, jokes apart, Panda Express, I think after this loss, even their hands are going to be shaking, so it's definitely going to be tough. But we can't really steer away from the fact that Search and Destroy is a very special mode. It breaks away from the fundamentals of what Call of Duty is all about, right? Those quick, hyper-paced action. And this mode forces you to slow things down. So, again, 5 a.m. coming off of that adrenaline rush, securing that very close win for the second time against the same team, Panda Express. I think they need to keep the pressure on, but let's see how this is going to turn out, man.
If we would have seen a nuke as well, it would have been the cherry and icing atop the cake, Johnny. But unfortunately, we did not. But you know what? Let's move on towards Firing Range, because over here in Search and Destroy, things will be intense. Search and Destroy, once again, it's one of those game modes where things are going to be much more slower, and as we know, considering it is going to be slow-paced, both the teams will have equal chance to counter each other, so let's see who's going to be the one to come up with better counter strategies. A couple of shots missed from Addiv off the rip, but it's completely fine considering he hands out the opening and even the advantage to his team.
Well, let's see the... Oh, wait, what? How? Man, I saw a pixel of the top of his helmet, and Weedy still landed that shot, but hey, it doesn't even matter. 3-2-1. It is an advantage for the players of 5 a.m., and it seems like Panda Express is going to be...
Oh my god, he actually connected that!
He did. It was a body shot. Could not find the kill, but his teammate right in the last second does find that frag for his team, and the shutdown comes in. Man, Weedy is on fire today.
It's done, Johnny. It's done. I'm telling you, it's already the confidence, the adrenaline oozing through from Weedy and Addiv. These two guys are already finding the early man advantage to their team. And once you start to feel yourself, once you know that it's your day, it's really tough for the opponents to do anything because you've got God himself with you.
Oh boy, this man is on fire. And ZFXG, then you have this nuisance just sitting in a corner with a shotgun, patiently waiting for the opposing player to chime in. Finds the frag, wanted, gets traded out. It's ZFXG out of the picture as well. This time it's going to be the lads of 5 a.m. that are falling left and right, but have no fear as long as Weedy is here.
Oh, I like that.
He's too far away from that bomb site, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, so he's not here. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
So Weedy needs to be a little bit quick. But hey, you can't really forget, Addiv is still there on the board. Toes, spot him, take him down. Eventually, Addiv is able to get the wrap up from the back lines, but Addiv himself gets traded instantly.
Oh, well, Jubrad,
the situation's taken down with 2-on-3, and still the mans of Panda, they do have the advantage. The Pandas are looking to do something. Being pretty naughty inside of the board, but the advantage is something the Pandas have, so that's a great thing.
It's a 1-on-3 situation, and Aju Prime Oh no, Treasure is gonna know where he's coming from. Finds
What?
that easy frag for himself. The Fennec is like, that's a close range fight. You're never gonna lose that
Yeah.
with the Fennec in your hand.
Felt
Especially
like he was taking a nap.
yeah. I mean, it felt like it, but I think he was just patiently waiting. But 1-1,
Yeah.
hey, there's the equalizer.
He was so patient that the man literally almost squeezed past him. But hey, at least he got the kill, right? That's what matters.
Yeah.
As we know, as Accelerate says, what matters is getting the kills. That's the main objective. As long as you do so, you come out on top. And for now, I like the way even the players of Panda Express are looking to break through on the sites. But ZFXG can be the main playmaker too. A wraparound came into play, but Adif, he misses big time. And that whiff is something that's going to find the opener, the exact opener the players of Panda Express needed. Still, there's a man around the corner with the shotgun, but as soon as I say so, Crusher crushes him with his presence. And Aju Prime is there with a frag on the husband. A 2-on-3 on the board. Still man disadvantage with the players of 5AM.
But still winnable though for the side of 5AM. All they need to do is just find that equalizer. And Weedy, if he gets peeked again, he might just do that. Aju Prime slowly and steadily moving in from the other side. Doesn't matter who finds it, they need that first kill in their hands. Damage dished out through the wall, just a smidge though. Crusher moves in, and Aju Prime, he's going to be caught off guard. A 1v2 right in his face. Crusher is going to try for the second time. Hiding behind a container, not a good idea. Not enough cover over there. Crusher is going to be spoiled out, taken out by Aju Prime. But Weedy gets shut down. It's down to a 1v1 now. The reload comes in on that Odin, and Aju Prime knows where Ron is. 12 seconds remain, and Ron looking to turn around. He's checking the right position. Oh no!
Time!
Baby. But 6 seconds now. I think he can still get the defuse. It is there around
Can he?
Panda Express. No!
No, he can't. That's what I'm saying. He did not have enough time to get the defuse. Either Aju Prime needed to go for the stick and just hope for the best with his fingers crossed, or he could have went for the hunt, and that's what he did.
Yeah.
He went for the hunt. Unfortunately, not having enough time is something that costed him that round, but it's still completely fine, Johnny. Even if you do get all the kills, it's all about the mental edge that you're getting inside of the game. And right now, 5AM, they do prove to be a little bit more supreme compared to the players of Panda Express. They do get the round, but still, 5AM, they're able to get the frags on the board.
Oh man, I mean, Panda Express though, not slowing down. Aju Prime this time holding a little bit more aggressive position, trying to defend that B side, but still gets taken out. The trades come in as Weedy shut down Treasure and finds one more Crusher out of the picture, but Weedy is all alone in a 1v2.
Oh my god, Weedy's popping off, Johnny. Already a 3K. And the man's not even shy of taking a few more players down. If he does clutches this, it is going to be an ace, Johnny. He will take down all the 5 players single-handedly. Is that going to come through? That's the question. Weedy's already found 3. He's tasted the blood of Panda Express, and he wants a little bit more of those pandas. He's looking to devour them. 2 pandas on towards the site. They want to go for the plant as well, and the plant's going to come through. And Weedy's already wrapped up. He's got the line of sight on towards the bomb. But the man behind the bomb is something that's going to be safe for now. Eventually, the plant comes in, and even Husband's able to find the man.
Too much to ask from a single player, man. Too much to ask. Already took down 3, but his entire team fell apart. And Weedy, even though tried his level best, it was always going to be difficult, that 1v2, especially in that post plant. But let's see. 5AM, there's still an opportunity for a comeback. But what is going on here? Aju Prime once again getting taken out. Crusher traded out by ZFXG. It's down to a 4v4, but wanted. And ZFXG, this time these two lads are popping off. AD finds the last kill, and Weedy.
Oh my god, so quick.
As we talked about it, too much pressure on single play, and the entire team decides, alright lad, it's enough. We are going to start getting a little bit serious. 3-2, 5AM, a little bit of a comeback now.
Honestly speaking, if I was Panda Express and I was facing off against 5M, the man who I'm going to be most irritated about is going to be Adif, because he's always there with the shotgun up close and personal, just holding a cheeky angle, and he always finds out some positive traits. Something needs to be done, man. ZFXG, this guy is being way too cheeky, he's way too dirty with that shotgun.
Oh, though. This man is the real danger. The second comes in. Aju Prime shuts down Urail. On the backs of these 2 players, I think Panda Express, they found themselves the equalizer. Yeah. 3 for Aju Prime, 2 for Weedy. All done and dusted.
The main problem with Panda Express is now they're getting way too predictable, moving in towards that same side over and over again for the past 3 rounds, and that's what the players of 5AM have realized. Now they're just stacking up that same side over and over again, and the players of Panda Express, they're not able to find any sort of reply. But considering this time around, we're going to see a switch up as we see 5AM on the attack and Panda Express on the defense. Maybe now things can be switched up a little bit more. On the B side, there's just one single player of Panda Express, and if they do manage to isolate the duel towards B side, then maybe the site can easily be in their hands. But still, 5AM, they're way too adamant in moving towards the A.
5AM, they have the numbers advantage to work with, and they're holding very aggressive position towards that A side, by the way. One plays the defenders this time, the Panda Express team. A lot of map control given away to the players of 5AM, and now finally they move in. There's a little bit of pressure from mid, but 2 players inside those containers can cause a lot of panic, cutting off options from Panda Express. There we have it, pressure picked off. That's the entire A side for 5AM.
Even ZFXG is still there and alive, and ZFXG is being a menace. Every single time, he's not really there when it comes to those flashy plays, but ZFXG just low-key supporting the team in a great fashion. Husband is still there in the back lines with that sniper, maybe looking to find a cheeky angle towards the side itself, but he needs to move on. Time is off the essence. 15 seconds on the clock left over, and something needs to be done as soon as possible, and ZFXG is going to hand out the death blow as he devours the final remaining Panda. And 5AM, Johnny, let me tell you what has happened with 5AM. After losing the previous matchup, they've realized that, okay, now we've got nothing to lose, so you might as well play with a complete free mindset, and that's what they're doing. And at this point, they've achieved the flow state.
Exactly, I mean, they're getting so aggressive, and it's just working out too well for them. And ZFXG, I mean, we just spoke about him a few moments ago. The man is an absolute menace, just sitting in those close corners. Finds the last frag of that previous round as well. This time, though, again, moving towards the A side, looking to build up some pressure. The players of 5AM. Oh, that nade looks good. Look at how low Ron got. But there was no follow-up, so he does manage to stay alive. Also, quite surprising to see 5AM be so methodical now on the attack, by the way. Although they have lost the first player, wanted picked off. So 4v5 in the favor of Panda Express now, this round.
I'm telling you, man. 5AM, they've already found that flow. And to break that, it is going to be tough. But hold on, Husband. Even he strikes down ZFXG, but at you, Prime. He peeks out once again, gets the advantage back in his team's hand. As now it's going to be a 3v3. Husband's sniper is something that might just find the positive trade. But what did I just see? Achu Prime peeks out in the scope of that sniper, but he was so quick that the man did not even have enough time to react, and Husband got surprised. A 2-on-2 on the board. Still, it's winnable for Panda Express, but 5AM, they've already done something that's going to be tough to be countered if you're Panda Express. Not a lot of time left on the board, Johnny. Something needs to be done right here, right now. And still they're moving in with the bomb in their hands. Ron Rizla gets countered too. And now it's taking down a one-on-one. Achu Prime himself is going to face off against Derail. And Achu Prime right now is also in form.
But he needs to find the skill. The bomb has been dropped, and Achu Prime finally shut down in this round. He tried so well this time around, but that bomb drop right down mid, it just took everything away from them. That was an extremely close round, and next row, let me tell you, Husband, he got scammed, man. That aim punch coming in right before Achu Prime came back, stood back on his feet. That is what denied him that kill. He got shot by a single bullet, and that aim punch moved his crosser up.
That's the Odin for you, my friend. Sometimes that weapon can be pretty devastating. 4-2, 5AM. They missed a big time this time around. They're not really checking the corners. They're making rookie mistakes.
Is this a
Johnny?
joke?
Yeah, it's a big choke now. 5AM once again doing the same things that they did in the past. 5AM, you guys need to check your corners. And 5AM is always missing out on those corners once again. These rookie mistakes, they need to be countered.
Still, the difference is not big. It's 4-5. 5AM can try to bring themselves back into this game. still, and Weedy, he needs to go big. Again, finds the opener for his team with that sniper. A little bit of pressure relieved. Look at this, the players of 5am, they're circling that A side. Ureli is going to be shut down. 3 versus 5, the numbers in favor of 5am again. Still quite hesitant in moving towards that top side though. Oh no.
The LMG. It's coming into play with a big magazine. It's going to be tough to counter. Crusher. Even he's sort of like the main playmaker for Panda Express. Even in the previous Hardpoint, Crusher was doing pretty good. And once again, he's starting to rack up a lot of those multiple frag numbers on the board for his team. And 5am, for some reason, they're starting to choke this. They had the man advantage a while ago, but they missed out on that instantly.
Yeah.
It's a 2-on-3, Johnny. Man advantage in the hands of Panda Express. And now, considering Crusher with this MG42, he's got one side completely on the lockdown. Still 5am, they've got a decent amount of map control to work with, but Anju Prime, he needs to win this duel, but he misses that by a big margin. ZFXG still can't clutch it out. It's a 1-on-2. We have seen a lot of these type of clutches in the past as well.
Yeah.
But ZFXG, the main problem is the opponents, they've got his number, and Ron Risley is already sitting in the corner.
Oh no, he's not even going to check the corner. Just moves in.
Same mistake.
Yeah, same mistake. Just moves in. Doesn't realize or doesn't even check. And Ron Risley, as you mentioned, expected the players from the side of Panda Express were playing split. They were prepared to take the fight against him no matter where he went. Even if he tried to go for a plant, it would have been just instantaneous pressure, forcing him to reset. But now 5am, the best they can hope for is to drag this game out into that overtime to try and secure a win and shut down the players of Panda Express. Again, Necro, I feel history repeating itself. First hard point secured by 5am in what was a very close call between the two teams, and now I think it is going to be Panda Express securing the win in Search and Destroy.
I don't even know what to expect. I still think for some reason 5am is going to make it to OT. Yeah, right now the advantage is in the hands of Panda Express, so that's an unfortunate thing. Hold on, the cover fire is there from Anju Prime. Beautiful stuff. Saves the day for his own sniper. Crusher is still there with the MG42. All the way on the backside. At least now the man advantage that we were speaking of, it's been equalized. Crusher. This guy's the main playmaker. He needs to be dealt with. And he's once again holding that cheeky angle. Looking to catch a few players off guard. 50 seconds on the clock left in Panda Express. They do get the site control. And even the plant's going to come through soon. Here comes the plant. ZFXG might just be a little bit safe. The toes were spotted. He takes some hefty amount of damage upon himself. But Weedy, with this off angle, is able to catch a player off guard. And here we go. Now the man advantage swings in the hands of 5am. But as I say so, it's taken down to a 3v3. Another pick comes in from Anju Prime, catching the player off guard. The timing was something that worked in flawlessly for Anju Prime. But once again, he's not afraid to go for the picks, and that's the important thing. Even though 5am, they're on the verge of losing this Search and Destroy, they're still not afraid of the competition. And that's something that's really keeping them themselves on the edge. And as I mentioned, Johnny, still for some reason, I think there's a big chance we might just go to OT.
Hey man, they've earned themselves that opportunity now. 5-6, just one round away from dragging this game into overtime. And 5am, they need to do whatever it takes to make it happen. But now this time the players still, again, look at the amount of utility they have to deal with right off the bat. Weedy dropped extremely low. That's a danger, man. Shut down by the side of Panda Express. But no, Treasure with that 2K. It's a winning position, gets the third as well. 2 versus 5. Now I think the Search and Destroy might just come to an end. Oh, Weedy gets an important kill.
That was such a quick scope as well. Weedy, this is what you expect from the man, but it's now a 1-on-4. Either it is going to be all in, or it's going to be all out. And the answer is going to be all out. That's it, Panda Express. They do a beautiful job in shutting down 5am and also take the momentum away from them. And now the win is going to be in the sail of Panda Express. A 1-1 on the board, that's a great thing. That means we're going to move on towards the decider, which will be played on control.
Yeah, it was a very impressive equalizer coming in from Panda Express just now. I mean, first of all, did not expect it, considering they have lost Hardpoint twice to 5am. Both of the times, the match was an extremely close one. This time, it was much closer than the last time. So I expected them to just be completely broken down. But no, Husband, first of all, in those initial few rounds, it was him just holding the players of 5am at the bay, and then Crusher with that LMG, man, right in the nick of time, just completely shutting down the momentum from the side of 5am. That was also impressive. And then 5am just had no answer to that.
And honestly speaking, Johnny, if 5am do lose out of this entire series, I'm going to feel bad for them, dude, because the amount of efforts the players have showcased in the past 2 rounds, it's crazy. Aju Prime woke up in Search and Destroy and chose violence, while you try and speak of the Hardpoint, Weedy, and Anthem. These 2 guys were popping off in different margins. So yeah, one thing is for sure, 5am, they have stepped up by a big margin inside of this entire series. If they do lose this one out, just imagine all the efforts, they're going to be all down the drain.
Yeah, I mean, it could be all down the drain, but hopefully that doesn't happen. As you mentioned, it is going to be heartbreaking, but it's going to be heartbreaking. Doesn't matter who loses the next series, right? Panda Express as well. If they lose, because these lads are on so incredible. Husband, we've seen a lot of big plays from him. Uriel, Ron. This was such an intense search and destroy, man. I mean, that mid-game back and forth, and then the LMG coming out.
Especially that Odin peak from the side of Aju Prime towards the sniper, right? Husband was the man holding the angle in the back line, but Aju Prime peaks in his crosshair and still somehow comes out on top. That pre-fire was crazy. And Husband just never saw this coming. Even, I'm pretty sure, if we had a chance to look at his face camp, the man must have been super surprised with the way he got taken down. Because technically, when you try and speak of the advantage, of course, it was with Husband. But considering the peaker advantage really comes into play, that's where Aju Prime took the cake. You've got the match stats of the previous game on the screen. Aju Prime with 15 kills at the top for 5am, but Treasure is also there with 14. In general, Panda Express, they were much more methodical and tactical compared to the players of 5am. And as I said, a lot of those rookie mistakes were once again being committed from the side of 5am too. You saw so many times the players are not really checking those corners, and that's why they're getting caught off guard.
But hey, guess what, Necro? We now get to witness the first decider of this challenge season. And again, I mean, I'm going to go with how this history has been between these 2 teams. I expect Panda Express to be the one to close it out, but let's see 5am. I mean, that Hardpoint start was very incredible, but it seems like they're starting to choke again, man.
They indeed are. As I mentioned too during the cast itself, right? For some reason they forgot to check the corners on the attack, and a lot of those times you saw the players just completely sneaking on towards the corners. They were getting the sniper down as well pretty quickly. Weedy was the man who was supposed to be like the main playmaker for the side of 5am, who was supposed to bring in that impact. But if Weedy's getting shut down off the rip with those corners not being checked by the players, then that's a big issue. And that's exactly what was repeating over and over again on the attacking side for 5am. So hopefully the same thing's not going to happen towards Control. Control is more kind of like Hardpoint, where the players will try to go for the kills, of course. Sometimes we do see the objective as well being prioritized. So hopefully this time as well, we might just see the same thing. But 5am versus Panda Express, considering 5am, they're really feeling themselves, especially when it comes to the fragging department. I think so. It might just be 5am taking the cake.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, let's see. I mean, you are going for 5am, I'm going for Panda Express, and now we are split between our decisions as well. But let's see. I mean, it is going to be interesting no matter what happens, because both the teams, I mean, it's the same intensity that we witnessed during that upper bracket matchup during the open finals, right, between the 2 sides. The map is going to be intense as well, of course, between the 2 sides. So it all comes down to can one individual from, not one individual, but do the individual performances from either sides, do they put up a big impact? Because that is what has been the case in both the modes we witnessed so far. First, it was Weedy and Native, their individual performance that got the win for 5am, and then it was the 2 individuals from the side of Panda Express popping off and bringing their team into a comfortable position and securing this equalizer for their side. So this decider, again, a lot of pressure on both these teams. Panda Express, they are going to be hopeful that they get to secure like a win on the board, get a few extra points on the leaderboard, but let's see how things are going to turn out.
Still, if you try and compare the entire mechanical aspect to the game, right, that's where Control really does favor the entire fragging department. And right now, 5am, they're feeling themselves with that fragging department. They're able to get the kills on the board, but when you speak of the tactics, sometimes they can lack from the side of 5am. The team play, the communication, it's a little bit missing. But if you try and compare the same thing to Panda Express, they're much more tactically sound, and we saw a prime example of that in firing range itself. They knew exactly how to counter the players of 5am, while 5am, the only reason why they were winning the majority of the rounds were because of complete heroics. Either it was Weedy popping off, either it was sometimes Aju Prime popping off, so these heroics is something that's not going to work out every single time. But still, considering this team is doing much better when it comes to the firepower aspect, maybe in control they can have the upper edge.
Yeah, maybe in control they will have the upper hand, but let's see. Not after a great start as Weedy finds the kill onto Treasure. Husband also shut down, so Panda Express definitely not really focusing on that firepower. 26 to 28, 5am, advantage of 2 respawns available. Oh, but it's been taken away. Panda Express trying the level best to keep the players of 5am at bay, but 5am, look at them, focus on that B objective.
Yeah, they're constantly maintaining that 2 respawns advantage, right?
Yeah.
Even the next point is going to be contested by the boys themselves, and 5am this time around doing pretty good, 22 to 25. Once again, maintaining that similar type of lead towards the point, and Weedy pulls out the sniper as well as he finds a beautiful pick on the Husband. These quick scopes, they're really starting to pain the players of 5am. And even for the side of Panda Express, it's not looking too fluid, 19 to 25, and this is exactly what I'm saying, Johnny. When it comes to the firepower, when it comes to the mechanics, for some reason, 5am is looking much more better and on par against the players of Panda Express, 17 to 22. Now the lead is starting to stack up a little bit more for 5am, and that's a great thing. And once again, for Panda Express, they're starting to choke these duels.
It's going to be interesting to see how things turn out now, but Adif! Oh, that was a tight angle. Crusher getting taken out like that. Not really what we expected, but I think, look at this, 14 to 21, 5am. They know all they have to do is just wait on that, or around that A hardpoint, control point, and just wait for the players of Panda Express to show up, secure those kills. 10 respawn advantage. Adif almost finding one more. Crusher barely surviving, but he sets it up for his teammate. ZFXG coming with a cleanup. Aju Prime and Weedy chime in as well, and this is a big difference now. They're going for both the objective and the frags. There's nothing Panda Express can do to stop 5am over here.
Yeah, it's already big mop, and look at the amount of crossfires that are also being set up by the players of 5am. And already the game's done. The objective A has been lost, and just like that, 5am, they do get the first round on the board, while Panda Express, they completely get outgunned and outruled by the players of 5am. And that's a great thing for 5am too. They realized one thing, and that is maybe the tactics are not on our side today, but we're doing pretty good when it comes to the mechanical aspect of the game. And that's what they're relying on completely, getting those kills on the board towards the hard point.
Let's see though. This time around, Panda Express, they're going to try their level best to swing things in their favor, holding the upper hand for sure. The respawn advantage in their favor as well. 5am, too aggressive, overcommitting every single time and getting punished as well. Ron shutting down ZFXG. It seems like we are going to have Panda Express on the board this time, Necro.
Yeah, Panda Express starting to run away with the lead, but 5am cannot be ruled out for too long, right? 24 to 20 is not that big of a lead if you're trying to speak of it. Now make that 22 to 20, and that's where the isolation really comes into play. And out of his wall, he pulls out the equalizer. He's able to find some multi-kills, and now just look at this, Johnny. The advantage is taken down to just one. 17 to 20. Hold on, Panda Express still looking for to maintain the same thing. And Panda Express, they do get the advantage once again back on equal levels. It's 20 to 15. Already the advantage is there with the 4 respawns in the hands of Panda Express, but still objectives are being lost, and that's a big problem. If the objectives are not going to be there in the hands of the winning team, then, well, it's pretty much going to be taken away by the team that you do not really expect to win.
Yeah, but look at this. Panda Express was the team that won that first objective. The objective secured by them. 5am a little bit slower to try and clear up over there, but 15 to 10 now. Panda Express with the upper hand. 5am, they need those multi-frags now. They have options available, but are they going to utilize any of them? 14 to 9, just a 5 kill deficit, but it gets bigger and bigger now. They have doubled up. And I think this time it is going to be Panda Express for sure now. Coming in with that equalizer on the overall score, 1-1. 12 to the last 4, 11 to the last 4, and the equalizer is online as well. This is just a cleanup.
Yeah, it's a mop at this point. Crusher, the man, of course, with his LMG was able to deliver so much. and he keeps it delivering constantly as well. This man is so consistent, Crusher. No matter what map you put him in, no matter which team you put him against, Crusher has always consistently delivered on the fragging department. And once again, he does the same thing. Pulled out the equalizer as well, and he was able to deliver so much. The only reason why Panda Express came through on top is because of the early advantage they gained, and they were constantly able to maintain that 4 respawn advantage till the end.
Yeah, and again, they have to try and play exactly the same way to secure the wins for themselves. But let's see. A little bit of a switcheroo coming in. There's a scramble right for the center. And this time again, it's going to be 5 AM on the wrong end of this brawl. 27 to 29, not a big advantage for Panda Express to work with, but an edge is still an edge. And 5 AM, Necro, it's quite surprising seeing them try to slow things down.
We haven't really seen a lot of those heavy investments coming through, and yes, as you mentioned, 5M is slowing things down, and that's a big problem. Coming up with a change on the fly is something that's not really working out that well for 5AM because they need to adapt themselves, and that's where the players of Panda Express are getting the advantage because Panda Express are playing the same way they were. They're sticking to that comfort zone. While 5AM, they do realize that they still have a big chance of winning. That's where they're switching the playstyle up a little bit more, but this last-minute switch is not working out that well. Even really starting to miss out those sniper shots, and that's a big problem. 5AM, now the problems, they start to rack up once again that 4 respawn lead that we speak of. It's there once again in the hands of Panda Express, and it just keeps on amping up. But as soon as I say so, that's been equalized, and now 5 AM. It's just a 1 respawn lead in the hands of Panda Express.
Yeah, and is that going to be enough for them to actually go for the win? But no, 5 AM. They snatch it away. Treasure goes down. Halbert finds a trade. Panda Express trying the level best to keep the players of 5 AM in check. And this time Crusher, he's looking to go big. The MG42 Necro, it's back online again. And this could be the perfect position, the perfect play with that LMG. But the problem is the players of 5 AM are not there. They're running towards the opposite objective this time. And of course the Annihilator also shut down out of the way. That's a big threat dealt with. 5 AM. It seems like the calculations are just perfect. And
oh my god! Oh, they got the advantage at the last moment. Johnny, 11 to 16. 5 AM now with a big advantage, with a big lead in towards the respawn. And if they keep on maintaining the same lead, Panda Express is going to start to crumble. Crusher, he needs to pop off once again. For a while, Crusher's not been able to play that well. If he does wake up once again in this last round, maybe Panda Express can still have some glimmer of hope to try and come back on top. But the Hunter-Killer drone from Uchu Prime is able to find the lead as well. And even Husband gets struck down. Uchu Prime is once again starting to rack up so many kills. 8 to 16. Now that's a major lead.
Yeah, it is a major lead for them to work with. A big advantage in 5 AM. They are feeling confident about this one. Looking to move in the players of Panda Express, trying the level best, 14 to 7 though. And it's all about this last hard point. Panda Express, they are already there looking to secure that objective, but are they waiting for the players of 5 AM to move in? Because no one is actually contesting the objective. They were just circling around it, and 5 AM got enough breathing space to work with. Crusher tries to move in with that LMG, finds a kill, but instantly gets taken out. And as you mentioned, it is done. 2 against 12. That's not enough.
12 to 2, it's next to impossible. The last time when these two teams collided, it was Panda Express who came out on top, but 5 AM this time around, they devour the Pandas and win this entire series in their hands. What a game that was! Or maybe almost on the verge of winning it. They still have got one more round to go, Johnny. And in this one more round, if Panda Express, they do not clutch it, it's done for. This is going to be the final chance.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the last chance to make it happen, but let's see, can they turn things around? Not an easy fight in front of them right now, and 5 AM already off to the races. ZFXG, he's not wasting any time, man. Right off the bat, puts the pedal to the metal, gets those extra frags for his team, but 5 AM, they need to capitalize. ZFXG was, well, he's taken a little bit of a backseat. Finally, he gets shut down. I think that is what he was trying to avoid, but I think the job was done. 24 to 26. They have a single frag advantage right now. Panda Express trying the level best to keep 5 AM in control. Crusher with that LMG yet again. Sprays it all in the wrong place, although they dish out a significant amount of damage on the opposing player.
22 to 24, 5 AM with the advantage once again. That 2 respawn lead is something that they're constantly maintaining. And 5 AM is the same thing, keeps on popping up. It's going to be a big issue for Panda Express. This disease, it needs to be cured. Some precautions, they need to be there on the board for 17-20. Once again, 5AM is maintaining that constant respawn lead, but here we go. Crusher, he strikes once again, 17-19, but Panda Express still somehow they're coming out on top with the leads, and here comes the heavy investments that we're speaking of. Claws being pulled out from the side of a rail, but he's able to find the kills. That's what matters, but unfortunately, he was not able to get a lot done with that.
Well, let's see. Ooh, now this could be big. Adif, he is online. And a difficult man to shut down, 17-11, 5AM. Looking to run away with this lead, and look at the kill feed. It's constantly the players of 5AM finding those frags. Panda Express in a world of pain.
Oh my God,
Wanted in a long time, and Wanted goes big with that claw. It's over, Necro. It's done. 15-4. There is no way 5AM lose this game now.
And we had a conversation about this too, right? When it comes to the fragging department, today 5M, they're much better. They've achieved the flow state. And that's why, for some reason, Panda Express, they're not able to match the intensity that 5M is bringing back inside of the game. When it comes to the kills aspect, when it comes to the firepower orientation, this time around, 5M, they're much better. And that's what they do. They rule out the players of Panda Express as they have finally taken them down. The last time when these two teams collided, it was Panda Express to come out on top. But this time around, 5M, they have flipped the odds, they have flipped the table.
Yeah, they get their revenge, man. Last time as well on Control, things were extremely close between these two teams, but 5AM finally do get the shutdown onto Panda Express and get themselves a revenge. And of course, not really ending the day on a bad note, right? I mean, imagine this, right? You go into your first game of the day, lose out, take a beating at the hands of Time to Pound, and then in the next series, an incredibly close battle between 5AM and Panda Express, and 5AM somehow managed to keep their eyes on the prize and close out the day with a win.
What a day it was for 5AM. A complete roller coaster of emotions. Off the rip, they started off with a big upset. And then later on, when we thought that once again we might just see 5AM losing another matchup, they just pulled off the biggest upset that the IGC has ever seen. Shutting down Panda Express in such a great manner, especially that hard point. With the way things went, you really got to give it to Adif and even the man himself, Weedy, because Weedy was able to get 69 kills in that hard point, saving the day for his team. And as Weedy was able to pop off in such a great margin, even his teammate, they got motivated a little bit more. In Search and Destroy, yes, things were close, but not exactly in the favor of 5AM. But still, when things switched up towards Control, I knew it, that maybe 5AM, they might just have the upper edge, because they were feeling themselves when it comes to the mechanical aspect. They were much better when it comes to those killing department.
Man, that performance from Weedy on Hardpoint, that is something that I think we are going to talk about for the next few days as well, because that was incredible, and I think that definitely did give a lot of momentum and confidence to his entire teammates, but then there was a big drop on Search and Destroy. But hey, who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, they are still the winners of this series, right? They do walk away with the W at the end of the day, and I think that's all 5AM also cares about now.
The only consistent fragger from the side of Panda Express has been, maybe you can't say Crusher on the rail. These guys, especially on towards Control, they were trying to get a lot done, but unfortunately, that a lot wasn't really enough. Crusher with that LMG, especially when he pulled that out in Search and Destroy, he was really starting to rule out those players, man. Crusher single-handedly, he had a lot of that impact from Panda Express, but just one single man doing things is really not going to matter, especially on the opposite side when you've got Aju Prime, Adif, and even Weedy himself popping up. It's really tough to face off those three players. Yeah,
it definitely is, man, and it was always going to be tough to begin with. But let's see, I mean, we still have a long way to go for both of these teams. There's still opportunity for Panda Express to secure a few wins for themselves. 5AM, an important victory for them today. We knew it was going to be a tough journey ahead, but this win can account for a lot in helping them move forward towards that land finale. But hey, I mean, this series is over. And now we all know it's going to be a big matchup coming up in a few short moments, something everyone has been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, Godlike is going to be there in action, Johnny. I know you were speaking of Godlike versus NS. It's a matchup that we all have been waiting for such a long time. Even NS, man, you can't really take it away from them. NS, they have been dominating and crushing their way through towards this bracket. And as they face off against Godlike, one thing is for sure. This is supposed to be an intense matchup, but maybe not for Godlike.
Let's see. I mean, you never know. Sometimes Godlike does show up taking things a little lightly, and I think after a few first minute of the game, they realize, all right, guys, it is time to get a little bit serious. But then again, it is Godlike. So again, the most dominant team in this country. Let's see how things are going to go. But I'm still waiting for someone to put up a fight against them. Can be anyone. It's going to be exciting nonetheless. But let's see. Hopefully, it is NS today, giving us an exciting series between the two sides.
Yeah, I'm about to cut you off, but I think the only team that can get really close to defeating Godlike is maybe Accelerate.
Yeah.
Because so far, even
Hands
this team
down.
has been on top-notch form, but when it comes to Search and Destroy, that's where Godlike, they might just have the upper edge, because the strategy for Accelerate is pretty simple, right? Move in, kill the players, get your hands on the site, get the plant, and once again, kill the players to win the round. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Godlike matchup in the upcoming moments.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
So excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had the chance. I'm never take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste it right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah. Know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. Even this when greatness faces stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love we made got me stuck in the brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. Yeah.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that break to Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile. It is the day 2 of the challenge season, and so far the field is already set. But still, curtains are yet to be revealed by the players of Godlike when they face off against NS. NS is one of those teams that has been dominating through from the Open Finals.
Yeah.
But Godlike is one of those teams that has got a direct invite inside of this challenge season.
Yeah, man, it's going to be intense to see how this matchup turns out. NS, of course, hoping to do their best, and Godlike hoping to have a great start to their journey. This is going to be their first game in the challenge season, of course, and everyone, I think, watching this broadcast right now is expecting this team to dominate and move on to that challenge finals completely undefeated. But hey, I mean, you never know. I mean, it's good to hope for surprises, right? I mean, it's highly unlikely, but if it happens, it's going to be extremely exciting.
Surprises, maybe a close matchup against Godlike. NS pulls off the biggest upset, and everyone's super surprised to see what exactly Zen has done. That can definitely happen because we have seen an upset in the past just now. 5am taking down Panda Express. We never saw this coming. We expected a close game, but we still expected Panda Express to come out on top. But then 5am somehow just achieving that flow state, knowing that they've got nothing to lose, and winning that crucial game. That's going to keep the lifeline going for 5am still in this tournament. But as Godlike, they're going to play their first ever matchup against NS. Now, NS, on paper, they're supposed to be a strong team, but Godlike, if you try and speak at the skill level, it's a complete different one.
Yeah, it is completely different, right? I mean, it's always been completely one-sided, no matter what matchup Godlike is involved in. But let's see, I mean, today, expecting the same, but I think considering it's Godlike, I would like to request a few things. There are a few maps that are being completely ignored, so might as well just pick those and play.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about Hardpoint, right? We've seen almost once of everything, but I don't think, I think Hackney Yard is still in the pool, but no one picks it for some reason. Then go for something interesting other than Tunisia, because Tunisia seems to be the only map we are seeing on Search and Destroy. Today we got to see Firing Range, but maybe an Express over there as well, and then Control. I doubt we are going to see Control.
The last time when I saw Godlike in person in 2023, I had a talk with these guys, and they said, we use the Indian servers as like the testing ground for us to move on towards the international lobbies. That's what they exactly said. And they also mentioned that the Indian teams are not really the exact competition they're looking for. So maybe this time around, we might just see someone get real close to give that competition to Godlike. All we can do is hope, man, because Accelerate 2, they've been in quite a good form. Even NS is another one of those teams that's been doing pretty great. Other than these two teams, I can't really remember that goes really close or neck-to-neck against Godlike, or that can't stand a chance to go really close or neck-to-neck against them. And speaking of Godlike, let's move on and look at their roster. These guys have been playing with each other for such a long time. So, of course, the team synergy, it's going to be on point. They have been playing with each other for insane amount of time.
Yeah, they have been. So we have Learn, Skull, G, Trunks, Abyss, and Neutrino inside of Godlike. And of course, the stars of Indian Call of Duty Mobile, I mean, have been on that international stage again and again. A big run in the previous World Championship. This time not that successful, but hey, I mean, still got extremely far. But today, it is going to be interesting to see how they fare up against this team. NonStop, where we have Cosmo, Crypt, Smitty, Karma, and Lemon.
And Lemon and Karma, these two guys, even sometimes Cosmo, if he does start to pop off, it's really tough to stop the players of NonStop. NS officials in 2023 as well, they were able to make it to the land finales, but unfortunately they choked up when it came to coming close to going towards the grand finals itself. They choked up big time. So for NonStop, even this is sort of like the redemption arc for them. For Godlike, considering in the past in the World Championship, they have faced an upset too. So for Godlike as well, they're looking forward to redeem themselves once again, move on towards the international stages, and prove a point that they were not really able to prove this year, but maybe in the upcoming times they can. But speaking of this matchup itself, Godlike is one of those teams with insane amount of experience and skill level. While you try and compare them to NS, it does seem a little bit unfair, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take whatever opponent is put in front of you, and I think NS, they have to try their level best. If you go into a fight thinking that you're going to lose, you will automatically lose. So you can't really go into a fight, especially against a team like Godlike, with that attitude. I think you just have to think about every single mode individually and take those objectives wherever you can. But talking about objectives and modes, let's have a look at the map veto, see what that is going to look like between these two sides. I think that is also going to be quite fun to witness. What
map veto is quite the
do they
important one,
pick?
and
Yeah.
maybe Godlike is someone that can pull off the surprises over here, Johnny. Considering Godlike is, of course, going to be on the aggressive side of things, they're going to be quite confident no matter what map they pick. But, Johnny, we're seeing quite the classic picks. Hacienda being picked up from the side of Godlike. Nothing really different, but something that's different is Seaside, which is going to be Control. But I'm pretty sure we're not going to get to see that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, we did see Seaside in action a few days ago, but I think that was it. Hardpoint, Hacienda, it's Godlike, man. Difficult to beat. Search and Destroy Tunisia. Maybe that is where NS might stand a chance. Maybe, yeah, maybe they can bring it on back on Search and Destroy, but that is also kind of unlikely. But if that happens, then eventually I think once we reach on towards Seaside, which is Control, again, relying on that firepower, Godlike, just like Accelerate, can just brute force their way towards a win over there as well. So I think NS, they need to focus on Hardpoint, keep it close, build up the pressure, then go on to Search and Destroy, secure a win over there, and then maybe you can stand a chance of closing out a series with a 2-1.
If Lemon and Cosmo, these two guys start to pop off, then maybe NS can definitely make it super close. But if Lemon and Cosmo are not able to find any sort of success,
it's over then.
And Godlike knows exactly what to do and how to isolate duels against these guys and try and break off the chain of thought, then that's where Godlike can instantly get the advantage, and they can start to scoop away the victory as well. It's all going to come down to the first P1 itself, Johnny. If the P1 is going to be in the hands of NS, and if they do get decent amount of lead over the players of Godlike, which is highly unlikely considering Godlike is so proactive towards the P1 itself, then it is going to be a chance that maybe NS can come through victorious if they do get the P1 control, but that is highly unlikely, as I mentioned.
Yeah, it is highly unlikely, but let's see how things are going to turn out. One should not lose hope before the battle even begins, right? That is what we just discussed. And again, NS, focus on the objective. That is going to be important. But I like the fact that you explained Cosmo and Lemon. They're going to be very crucial to the win, and I agree with that. It's a similar situation as it was between 5am and Panda Express, right? Weedy and Aju Prime. Those two individuals active in that first mode of Hardpoint as well, supporting Weedy.
Crazy.
Just those players individually stepping up to such a level that there was nothing Panda Express could do to stop these guys was the reason that 5am walked away with the win. And you never know if one of the individuals from the side of NS all of a sudden just becomes an absolute god, even Godlike could start to struggle.
They indeed can. And speaking of Godlike itself, right, we know what they're capable of. Now, I mean, I know I'm pretty much repeating the same stuff as a broken record, but honestly speaking, there's not really a lot to say, right? Other than the map veto, we saw Hacienda. It's quite the classic one, and as they have played on this map as well for such a long time. And at this point in time, for NS, it's all about the heroics, man. The individual players, if they're able to pop off, if they know exactly how Godlike plays, which of course there are enough demos available, not exactly demos, but there are enough WODs available against Godlike. If you have researched enough, maybe you can counter them. But here we go. Hacienda boots up on the screen as Godlike, they face off against NonStop.
And an instant run-up coming in from Lens, and as you mentioned, Necro, very proactive towards that first Hardpoint, but Trunks is going to try and clear out the flanks, and Godlike Esports focused on the objective. They're just dying to the hands of NS just so they can get their points. Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, maybe Godlike, they pretty much don't really care about the kills at this point in time as long as they've got the objective control. A few kills here and there happening and popping on the board itself, but for Godlike, what matters is the objective control. But hold on, Johnny. NonStop, they once again get the objective back in their hands. And Godlike, they're really starting to struggle when it comes to those kills. But maybe the Neutrino can do something and get the swing of things back in their hands, and that's what is exactly happening. Neutrino's able to get those multi-kill, and Godlike, they wake up. Inside of the kill feed too, it's Godlike all across the board. They know exactly where the players of NonStop are going to flood in for him, and they're already controlling the hard point.
Well, they are in an incredible control, but NS, it's still the start. They need to make sure that they focus. They can't lose composure for a single second. They have the opportunity, but Godlike, there they are again, control of the hardpoint regain, and the players of NS nowhere close. They are playing for the second hardpoint, do not want to take the fight against the players of Godlike head on, but as soon as we start to move towards the garage, Learn chimes in from the back lines, and they are cleaning up and picking up the players of NS one by one.
Yeah, for Godlike, they pretty much know this is supposed to be an easy cakewalk, and with the way they're playing too, it does not really feel like they're putting a lot of efforts into the communication. Individually, the players are doing pretty decent as long as they get the lead on the hard point as well. That's all that matters. But so far, NonStop, they're doing a great job in stopping the players of Godlike. It does feel like the NonStop has done the research, considering there's enough wads available against Godlike, but when it comes to the individual aspect of things, that's where Godlike is starting to prevail. Even Prevail, Abyss, and Learn, these three guys, once again, they start to rack up so many kills. And out of nowhere, you blink it and you see the domination from Godlike once again on the board. Godlike is now starting to run away with a massive lead. Even the utility utilization, the positioning from the players as well, it's looking great. Trunks finds another man who was trying to slip past him, but eventually he gets denied.
Well, he is going to be denied right now, but let's see. 51-36, Godlike still in control. Still with the upper hand. Not really looking to slow the pace down of this game anytime soon. Trunks still in control. Crypt gets shut down. Smithy is going to try and... He was trying to shut down the players on the flank, but for a second did get distracted, and that is going to be a big punish coming in. Trunks finally shut down, so he does get taken off of that hardpoint, and NS regain control for a few extra seconds. Necro, this game is much closer than we expected.
And indeed is. NonStop is actually surprising all of us, even Lemon and Cosmo. These two guys, they do seem to pop off in quite a great fashion. Learn with that Sparrow is able to find some decent trades as well. 56-54. What is happening to Godlike? Godlike is starting to face some reality checks over here. And if the same thing keeps on happening, one thing is for sure, NonStop, they might just run away with the lead. This game is starting to be really close. 56-64. NonStop now handing out the lead in their hands, and that's a great thing. Godlike now, this is supposed to be the wake-up call. If they don't wake up right now, one thing is for sure, Hardpoint's going to be stolen away by NS.
Well, let's see though. As you mentioned, Hardpoint stolen away, NS in the driving seat, 75-56, NS in the lead. And Godlike, it seems like for the first time, they're going to be in trouble, but finally, and still struggling, by the way, to find those kills. And here it comes, the operator skills online for the players of Godlike. They've managed to hold on to them for all this time, and it's not really afraid, and in fact being proactive. Learn finds the kill Abyss as well. Finally, they're starting to bring in those frags for themselves.
But especially when it comes to the hardpoint, Johnny, that's where Godlike is sort of struggling to get those frags. On the hardpoint, Godlike's not able to get a lot done, and that's the main issue. If Godlike keep on struggling the same way, one thing is for sure, NonStop will definitely start to dominate even more on that scoreboard. 63-95, still the lead's not that massive, but for NonStop, even this much amount of lead is going to be much more important. It's going to be the mental booster they're looking for. Equalizer in the hands of Prevail, and now it's starting to mop the floor with the bodies of NonStop. And that's exactly what Godlike needs at this point. They need to find the equalizer, and with this equalizer, Prevail is definitely looking to do the same thing. This man is able to rack up so many kills as he is almost on the verge of finding another one too, but he gets shut down eventually.
Oh boy, this is getting more intense. The shutdown comes in. 83, Godlike finally bringing the game very close, but the hardpoint switch is over, and it's going to be time to move on to the next one now. Just a few points away. Few points shy of getting themselves equalized. The two players running in. One man found. Karma, he's going to try and find a trade, but he gets sandwiched from both these sides. Oh, here comes the Predator missile, and the shutdown is going to be there. 91. Godlike, it seems like they got distracted for a few seconds, but now they are back. But as soon as I say that, Lemon moves in, takes the control, takes the hardpoint away from the players of Godlike, and hands it over to NS. As NS keeps finding the resets, they are going to be good.
For some reason, it feels like Godlike aren't really taking the matchup serious with the way they're rotating as well on towards the point, with the way they're challenging the fights as well. But eventually now, Godlike, just look at the kill feed. It's them all across the board. Somewhere down line, a few kills are there being picked up from the side of NonStop, but just a few are not going to be enough to get the hard point secured for yourself. Learn and Abyss as well. They return back with a 2-piece of their own, and Godlike out of nowhere, once again, they get the lead back in their hands, 107, 108, and Godlike is now running away with the point slow as well. The next point is also going to pop up soon.
Well, let's see. Abyss, important frag, Godlike, 115. Oh, this is going to be an important 2K. They do find one. But Necro, look at that on the hard point, looking for those points. Finally, the players move in. Now it's going to be NS. The players were lined up, all 5 of them still holding on together. Godlike, they're about to feel a lot of pressure on towards that hardpoint with the utility coming in. But somehow they do manage to stay alive. Neutrino with that 2K shuts it all down. And I believe now this is the time for a switch around. Now they're starting to bring in those score streaks as well.
Yeah, for Godlike, they pretty much know. Some of downland, all they needed was the operator skills to once again bring themselves back in the flow. And as they do get the points flow in their hands, here we go. Godlike all across the kill feed. Even Neutrino is able to pop off on great times. You've also got Lemon now from the side of NonStop, returning back to favor. Once again, a final few scrappy seconds in his hands. Maybe Godlike can be compromised. 110 to 148. Still the lead is big time in the hands of Godlike. But if the same thing keeps on popping up, Godlike, one thing is for sure, they can't face the reality check soon. NonStop, they're not letting go of this hard point control. But now the next point's going to pop up as well, Johnny. And this is where maybe Godlike are super proactive. They've already got the hard point control.
They have the hard point control, and that's all that matters to them. 155, 117. Crib, he's finding those kills all over the place, but not really gaining any value off of that. Vale on the other side looking to move in. Neutrino and Abyss, they are going big in this one. And especially Abyss, 31 kills already on the board. Learn as well with 30 frags. Neutrino, that mid-game stand that he has taken just now, it is the main reason that NonStop has been stopped in their tracks. And Godlike, they've been put in the driving seat again. And now I think NonStop is just stuck, man. Godlike, the warm-up is done.
NonStop is stopped, and Godlike, as you mentioned, their warm-up, it feels like it's done. Godlike, they've finally woken up. The Beast is back in the game. As Godlike now constantly ruling out the place of NonStop, and NonStop, their name is NonStop, but they're definitely getting stopped this time around by Godlike. Gotten over. You do see NonStop as well back in the swing of things, and now they're starting to dominate the kill feed. Godlike also is starting to face a lot of those problems. 138, 136 to 180. Godlike still with that major lead, and as soon as Godlike knows that the point's going to fade away, they're super proactive to move on towards the next one. The man used the Predator missile. He wasn't really able to get a lot done, but even Crypt is able to find a few more trades on the board. Prevailing Neutrino, as Neutrino pulls out the War Machine. That's a great thing, but even Trunks, he's starting to rack up a few more kills with this Purifier. Unfortunately, there's no one left on the site to try and clean it up, but still the advantage is big time now in the hands of Godlike.
Well, but let's see this time around. 188 to 144, 119, and Godlike finally. NS gained a little bit of the breathing room to work with, but Godlike with the instantaneous shutdown. I think just looking forward to closing out this match as quickly as possible. That right on his feet does not get any value, but it was still quite cheeky. Abyss on the other side gets a double kill, hoping for a triple, gets shut down, but who cares? Learn is there with the Sparrow, the cleanup on that hard point. And there's nothing NonStop can do about it. Every single time they show up, it's just their last player left standing. The team cannot regroup. That is what they are struggling with right now.
Godlike are always ready with the mop, just cleaning the floor with the bodies of NonStop. And over here too, Godlike, they're being so proactive. They've already got the next hardpoint control. And look at Trunks. The man is all across the board, getting those positive traits in his hands for his team. And Lamont's going to be in the front lines too. And Trunks, he racks him up in a sheet as well. Godlike on the kill feed. They are just outruled. And knowing the fact that now for Godlike, if the same thing keeps on happening, Godlike is going to run away with a major lead. NonStop, if they do not bring it to full stopper against Godlike right here, right now, one thing is for sure, Godlike's going to run away with a victory. And look at the kill feed. Godlike is just outnumbering the players of NonStop.
Oh boy, this is just getting brutal by the second. 225, 148. Extremely close to closing out the game right now. The players of Godlike. And I feel that is just about to happen. It's going to be B1 again. 10 seconds remaining. 12 points needed. All right, maybe at the next one, NonStop get there first. NonStop retake this hardpoint for the last few seconds. But Godlike, they've already sent a man there. Prevail already holding on to the next hardpoint, which is going to be the last one of this game for sure. 240, 10 points needed. A fight inside of the garage, and he has the Annihilator to work with as well. Yeah, this game is done and dusted. It's all over.
Here comes the final few investments from the side of Godlike. Whatever they've got, they're going to try to throw it on the board in a beast. Yes, with that Annihilator, he's now starting to annihilate the competition. Even a claw was pulled out from Lemon, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. Godlike, they've already handed out the closure to NonStop. And yes, it's already a 1-0 on the board in the favor of Godlike as they secure this hard point against NonStop. But still, NonStop, the early phases were way too close. We all thought that Godlike, maybe they have got the competition. But then later on, as you mentioned, it feels like the warm-up is done for the boys. And as soon as they started to rack up so many kills for NonStop, they were getting NonStop bullied.
Yeah, I mean, they were getting bullied, in fact, inside of the game. But again, I mean, 2 kills, 2 kills, 2 kills. 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 2 kills, 2 kills it was individual performances again coming in from the Godlike squad in very specific moments. I mean, it started off with Learn doing extremely well on the board, and then later on when Abyss and Neutrino, both of them started to step up as well. Then it just turned out Godlike was unstoppable, but we all, again, have an expected result on the board. Although the early struggle on Hardpoint does raise a lot of questions. Can NonStop steal a win away on Search and Destroy? Because that, over there, you don't really have to face the entirety of Godlike at the same time, or you don't have to go up against Neutrino like 10 times in 10 seconds. You have a lot of breathing space. You pick him off once, you deal with him the next round.
You want to hear the truth? Maybe taking down Godlike in Search and Destroy is going to be next to impossible for NS. Now, I do realize, yes, the early game was super intense and super close, but still the only reason why the early game was super close is because for some reason Godlike was not getting any kills in their hands. For some reason it felt like they were ignoring the players of NS and just focusing on the Hardpoint. And then later on, as you mentioned, that maybe the warm-up is done for the players of Godlike on the kill feed. It was just them dominating through.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, it is gonna be interesting to see how it just turns out at the end of the day, right? Look at this. This man just stood there for like a good 10 seconds, just cleaning Hardpoint for himself. And then Trunks, by the way, was given the most interesting start. I don't think he was contesting the Hardpoints directly, even once. I think he was just allowed to run around the map, just look for kills elsewhere.
And the same thing we say, right? Lemon and Cosmo, these two guys, they're like the main playmakers for NonStop. And once again, they pop off in a great fashion. But nothing taken away from Smitty, too. He did quite great for NonStop. 31 frags on the board. Lemon, too, once again, so consistent from NonStop. And now the only chance NonStop can have to try and rule out the players of Godlike is by taking this Search and Destroy. And the only way they can take this Search and Destroy is by if they do have Cosmo and Lemon on board at the same time. If these two players do find the perfect sync, then maybe there's a big chance Godlike can be struck down. But in general, nothing taken away from NS2. It's quite a decent tough call given to the players of Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, at the start they kept it in check, but again, I mean, when you're facing up against a team like Godlike and you're facing constant pressure, you know for a fact you slip up once and they're not gonna let it go. What happened to NS? They kept the team at bay up until that one I think that it was during the 100-point marker when there was still a difference and NS was still in the lead. But after that, slowly and steadily, I think they just could not keep up with the pace of the game. But that is where Search and Destroy becomes so interesting, right? There is no pace to Search and Destroy. It's very slow. And again, if NS can, just like on Hardpoint, find those initial kills for themselves, then you never know. Maybe we're going to see them take it all the way towards control. That can definitely happen right now.
Hey, I'm always up for a comeback story, right? And especially one of the best teams in the country itself getting defeated by the hands of the underdogs. We would love to see that happen. The underdogs, if they do rule out Godlike, man, it is going to be a big challenge, especially for the future moments. And knowing the fact that NS, they can definitely pull it off too. As I mentioned, the thing is, Cosmo and Lemon, these two guys, they need to pop off on individual margin on insane levels. Maybe pull off something that the players of 5AM did in the previous Hardpoint that they played, especially that one single man who was able to get 69 kills on the board. Not exactly getting 69 kills on Search and Destroy, that's next to impossible, but maybe get somewhere around 20 kills. Maybe that can be something that can help you win. A complete one-sided affair is something that can definitely stop the players of Godlike.
Well, let's see. I mean, I think even if they play together as a team and just do that very well, I think they can still beat Godlike on Search and Destroy. Completely different. So storylines of Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Control, completely different from each other. And Search and Destroy will always be that outlier that allows all of these teams that might not be stronger than their oppositions on paper to make a comeback. And I think NS definitely need to rely on that right now. But then again, I mean, it is going to be down to how do they decide to play. One thing that you pointed out after that 5 AM Panda Express match, Necro, that I really like, and I think that sort of mindset can be beneficial to NS, is that realize that you have nothing to lose now, right? As far as the series goes, you've already lost Hardpoint. If you lose on Search and Destroy, it's over. Go all in, do whatever it takes, do whatever you have to, and like put whatever you have to offer inside of this series. And who knows? I mean, I am hoping to see Control.
Smitty, Lemon, and Cosmo, these three guys, they're definitely at the top of the form. And for NonStop to perform and prevail in this search and destroy. These three guys, they once again need to pop off on insane levels. If they do not do so, well then for Godlike, it's going to be smooth sail. Here we go. Already Neutrino is going to be the man to kick things off, and what am I watching? They've already found the entrance towards the site, but a great return from Smitty. NonStop still in the race.
Well, let's see though.
Oh my God, Smitty!
He goes big, finally standing up, but Neutrino learn.
Okay.
They are shutting down the side of NonStop, and hey, blink it and you miss it, Necro. Everyone's gone.
Yeah, it was such a quick take from Godlike. Even though usually teams on the attack, they do tend to struggle before Godlike. It was effortless. That's what it felt like. And at this point in time, I mean, I do understand I'm speaking a lot about Godlike, but what's there to speak of NS? They're just getting outruled. Off the rip and Hardpoint, yes, they were doing pretty good, but man, later on, Godlike is just running away with a major lead. And look at this, too. Straight up just jumping inside of the site as NS, they apply. Prevalent drugs, these two guys, they once again rule out the entire site. They've already cleaned it up. Yes, a little bit of that overcommitment from the boys, and Karma, hold on, still is trying to keep his team in the race. It's now 1-on-3. Can Karma really rule out the players of Godlike? And the answer is going to be no as Neutrino finds the closure.
Oh boy, I mean, once again, things are starting to click, and it is on attack, so Godlike on aggression, we know they've always been good at that, but let's see. NonStop. As you mentioned, Necro, Cosmo, Smitty, Limon, these three players, they need to click, and they need to click now. You can't really let a team like Godlike have that lead, a big lead in the early stages of the game, but Prevail finally shut down as Karma finds that first frag for his team. They have the upper hand now, NS.
NonStop, all they need to do is install brakes on Godlike, which is going to be a little bit tough, but they've already done so. Oh, the back was exposed. A little bit of that slap. It's going to chip the player down. For Godlike still, they've already found the entrance towards the site. And it's crazy the fact that Trunk was able to walk in so deep. He's already found the backside control. He's already moving in towards the spawners wall. And he's wrapped up. Johnny, this is where Godlike, they once again find the big advantage. Oh, the man was spotted for some reason. Cosmo did not take any shots. I don't understand why did Cosmo not go for the shot. Cryptus Wall is now moving up close and personal. And Cryptus' position is unknown. Here comes the surprise, but still, Abyss was able to land that shot. How is that even possible? I thought for some reason that Abyss will be taken down with ease, but no, still somehow he was able to land that shot.
Man, they tried to lay out a trap, but it did not work out at all for the players of NS. And Abyss, as you mentioned, that was an impossible play, but he still finds that kill for his team. A big moment coming in. Gets taken out, but his teammates finish his job elsewhere on the map, finding 2 in return, 3-0. Godlike. Big advantage now. Cosmo is going to be flushed out of the corner. All of that utility moving in. And look at Godlike. They're not even waiting, man. They just run in towards that A side. But this time it's going to be Cosmo and Limon with the shutdown. Abyss finds the trade as Limon gets picked up. But Cosmo is still hiding inside of side along with Karma. It's down to a 3v4 between the two sides. And as they have the man advantage to work with.
Oh, Johnny, the bomb is rotating towards B. Look at the man. He's all the way back in the spawn. I'm not even sure what the game plan is right now for Godlike, but they're taking it really slow. Taking their sweet little time to understand what the setups of NonStop are going to look like. But this time around, NonStop, they've really made it close, man. Man advantage in the hands of NonStop. Props to be given to them. That's a good thing. NonStop, unfortunately, with the round deficit now, that's going to be a little bit of that problem giver. But still, if Godlike is able to find the first entrance pick, that's going to break everything. But you can already see the rotation as well being called from the side of NonStop. That's great. I love this adaptation from NonStop. If the same thing keeps on happening, then maybe they can have the advantage. But as I say so, Abyss was able to find that kill. Then Lure returns back with one more. Neutrino gets picked off eventually because Cosmo is right underneath the entire moment. And if Cosmo is able to find another pick, maybe there's a big chance they can come out on top. But Abyss with the quick scopes, he seals the deal with both of them, and that's a nail in the coffin.
Man, that final kill on Cosmo was also insane. How is this man able to pull off these shots? First, unsuspecting in the round before this, still finds the frag, and now that jump shot. This is a nasty play coming in from Abyss, but 4-0. Yeah, this has to be heartbreaking now.
And at this point in time, with the way Godlike is playing, we might just be sounding biased, but it's just Godlike dominating through. What can we even do as well? NonStop is not even standing a chance. It's really tough to say that maybe NonStop can do this and do that to come out on top, but at this point, no matter what they try to bring on the board, it's just getting countered, hard countered. And Trunks with that two-piece once again just hands out the insane amount of lead to Godlike once again. And look at the amount of off angles the players of Godlike are holding. Cosmo did not expect the man to be there. And Cosmo gets caught as well. Smitty as well returning back on to Prevail, but that's all he's going to find for now. Smitty with the shotgun. Can he really hand out the death blows and a beast? Oh, that's the salt on top of the wound.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't even know. It's not even about the angles anymore, just mechanically better. That is what the players of Godlike Esports are proving. And Abyss in particular, man, he's got an 8 kills so far. Trunks, he's matching the numbers. Everyone else is sitting at Learn on 2, Prevail on 3. Neutrino getting 4 frags for himself all this time. On the other side, NS, Crypt is yet to open up on the scoreboard. Godlike Esports just winning those duels, helping them win the rounds as well. Last round of the first half, Godlike, this is the last round on attack. See if we get to see a clean first half from them. Oh, this could be big.
Oh my god, Karma, hold on. That's Karma returning back against the players of Godlike. And Godlike, I mean, once again on attack, they have been getting the site controls, but sometimes they're definitely struggling. But as long as Abyss is alive, that's the main issue. If Abyss is still alive in the game, he's going to be cooking the players in the front. Oh! And here we go. The first cook comes into play. Already slaps the player down. What a jump shot that was. Such a quick one, too. Didn't even see that coming. Abyss, though, still needs to realize the fact that there's one more player alive, and he does not exactly have the information on where the player is, but that player's wrapping up from the sidelines, and even Abyss moves all the way back. Is he looking to pull off a rotation towards the B site, or is he going to stick to that same site? He does have a lot of time left as well. 40 seconds on the clock. He can easily pull off the rotation towards B and go for the plant, and that's what he's exactly doing.
He's running towards that B site, and Karma this time, though, following up. This rotation is going to be very quick. Abyss won't really have a lot of time to go for the reset. But where does he expect the aggression from? Not from behind. Just the off timing. Karma managing to secure a round for his team at the end of the first half. What a close call. Abyss almost clutching it out. And man, that shot on Smithy, that was insane once again. Just jumps, readjusts the crosshair right on his head. The bullet between his eyes.
Yeah, but Johnny, NonStop getting this 1 point, or maybe you can't say the 1 round. That's massive. And it's quite a great start as well for the second half, right? At least they got the momentum now. At least the wind is in their sails. But Godlike Trunks on the side itself, now he's really making it tough for the players of NonStop to crack open that site. Eventually, the site's cracked open, but look at the rotation from Godlike. It's pretty quick. Abyss is already there on the top. And if this high ground's able to find some value, then that's going to be off the problem. Abyss, he wants to create that off angle, but then he realizes he's overextending too much. And now the man's getting pushed up close and personal. Abyss, even with the sniper in close ranges, is really tough to defeat. And once again, the man in the back gets spotted too. Abyss, he connects another shot. He pulls out the spear. He's looking to stab the man to death, and that's what exactly happens. Oh my god, the salt on top of the wound moments over and over again from Godlike. It's like they're playing with the players of NonStop like a fiddle.
Yeah, man, this man is evil. Somebody stop him and put him down. He's not stopping or slowing down. 6-1, Godlike still dominating. And Abyss in particular, look at that, 14 frags on the board. He's been let loose. And this time just running up mid, Godlike. Aggressive as always. Abyss, he has Prevail to back him up, and they are going to try and see if they can pinch the players of NonStop. Look at that. A deep position gained by Prevail, and as the players of NonStop move towards that A side, they did not realize there's a big threat right behind them.
This time around, all the players of NS, they're stacked up together. And all the players together, maybe NS can stand a chance, but I guess they've overcooked. Yeah, they got cooked. It did not work out, Johnny. All the players, they wanted to burst through on the site. But then they didn't really realize that at that point in time, when you are going to stand up all together, there's so many possibilities that these players of Godlike can come through with, and that's exactly what happened. Abyss with the sniper took him down single-handedly, and then on towards the site, it was an absolute meat grinder.
It was a meat grinder indeed. And again, I think it all just started as soon as Abyss came online, because as soon as that man got his hands on that sniper, it was all done and dusted, I believe. I mean, landing some nasty shots inside of the game, and not just once, like multiple times. I think they didn't, NS didn't lose to Godlike Esports. They lost to Abyss right now.
Hands down. Abyss single-handedly was like a demon taking down the players of NonStop. And for some reason, NonStop was not able to find any reply. Still getting that one round against the players of Godlike. Now, that's a little bit of that marker, but just one single round, it's really not going to matter. And even for Godlike, they knew that the matchup is so easy. In the end, they also pulled out the spears to hand out the closures. Abyss was able to get one spear done. There was another melee that we saw in action. So yeah, it was way too easy for Godlike. Now, I do know I'm being a little bit biased over here, but hey, it is what it is, man. That's what the stats say.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, exactly. I mean, we saw the highlights. We are seeing the highlights right now, and we saw the performance put on board with the players of Godlike as well. Look at this. This should not have happened. He had no right to do that to Cosmo. And then what he did a few moments later to Smithy as well.
And the fact that NS, they were trying to bring in the variations too inside of the rounds. In every single round, it felt like NS was trying to bring in something new on the board, but still, Godlike, for some reason, they were not getting caught with that. And Abyss, man, with his insane flicks, with his insane shots that we saw, the reaction time on the Abyss is crazy.
Yeah.
This man is so quick with the quick scope as well, and he does not miss those shots. That's the crazy part.
And then he does this if he does not end up getting that one shot, one kill against anyone. And as you mentioned, the last round, they just got cooked in the last round, just getting spammed by Abyss again and again into that choke point and getting taken out. But look at this match summary on our screens. And while the players of NonStop was struggling to find those kills, Abyss, 18 frags secured inside of this game. Just 2 deaths as well, by the way. Died twice.
NonStop in that last round, they thought that maybe they're coming up with something new, they're coming up with something unique. They wanted to surprise the players of Godlike by all 5 players jumping on towards the side at the same time, but a little bit of that miscommunication happened. You saw just one player moving out, he got picked off instantly by Abyss, and then all the remaining 4 players were in the back lines, and then later on it was just a vacuum in that one single room. Abyss was able to rack up those kills even from the back lines. The players are wrapping up, so for Godlike, it was quite an easy taste of victory. And this is something we all saw coming as well. In Hardpoint, maybe off the rip initially, NS was doing a good job keeping the players of Godlike on their toes, but man, later on, Godlike, once again, you mentioned this during the cast as well, right? The warm-up is done, Godlike is back.
Yeah, the warm-up was done. I think they just warmed up in the first half of Hardpoint, and after that, they were like, all right, guys, let's get serious for a second, and then just went on to destroy NS. But again, I mean, NS will have more opportunities as long as they stick around in the top 3 or in a decent position on the overall leaderboard in their group. They should be good to go. Objective right now in the challenge season is to make it to the challenge finals, to put up a tough fight for that trophy on that land finale. And as long as you're able to pull that off, I think everyone's going to be happy. So with a loss like this, I think it's time to reset, focus back on the fundamentals, and build up a game plan on how do you plan to qualify after this loss has been secured on the board. But then again, matches for Group B, at least for today, are over, and the next matches we are going to witness are going to be from the teams of Group A, where we will have Team Felines stepping up on the board against Team Strike. Now, that is also another interesting game, but I'm expecting that to be a close one. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, and then Team Strike is also going to face off against Accelerate in their last game. Do you expect that to be a close one?
Oh, no. I think that's going to be a quick one.
Yeah, but honestly speaking, man, these type of games really do bring up that hype, especially for the matchup between Godlike and Accelerate, which I don't know if it's going to be happening in the future, but we'll leave the future for the future itself. For now, it's time for us to take a little breather after that game, so we'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. get back. You never had a chance. I'm gonna fight with one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Welcome back after that short break in Snapdragon Pro Series. It is the day 2 of the challenge season, and so far, things are looking way too exciting. Of course, Godlike once again 2-0ing their opponents. It's not something we definitely saw coming, but somewhere down the line, we also knew that this is going to be happening. We still had a little bit of hopes from the side of NS, maybe that they would want to make it competitive, but that was not the case. But Johnny, it's time to move on towards another matchup between Felines and Team Strike. And generally speaking over here, I think with Felines, they might just have the upper edge.
I mean, yeah, Feline can have the upper edge. We saw them go up against Anthem. They gave them a tough fight, but unfortunately it was a 2-0 defeat. But Strike, I like Strike's playstyle, to be honest. It's very fast-paced, they're very unpredictable. It's going to be exciting to see what they bring on board. I mean, we did see them in action earlier on before against NVT in the finals of the lower bracket. Unfortunately, that was a loss, so they did get promoted up to the challenge season, but still I think there's a lot of hope from the side of Team Strike. Let's see, but although I do agree with you, on paper Feline is the much stronger team of the two.
Yeah, I mean, the Felines, as you mentioned, the last time when they faced off against Team Anthem, they were doing much better, but you try and speak of Team Strike, the last time when we saw them was all the way back in Open Finals, that too in the lower brackets, and that's the main issue, right? When you are there in the lower brackets, we do not really know what to expect, and in lower brackets, yes, they faced off against Team Fate, and Fate met their fate with a complete 2-0 fashion against the players of course, Team Strike. Team Strike was able to 2-0 Fate, but over here, it's not going to be the same case. They're facing off against Team Felines, in the past also known as Team Dope. And generally speaking, since this name switch came through, Felines, they've been looking much stronger for some reason.
They have been looking stronger, but they are also coming off from a loss, so they are going to try and recover those lost points on the board today. And as you mentioned, Strike, yes, that win against Fate was there, but immediately after, NVT was the team that was able to beat them in the in round 2 of that lower bracket run. So again, Strike, I think after that there was a little bit of a reset. We did not get to see the team in action again. They did get promoted towards the challenge season, but it's not going to be easy, especially going up against a team like Feline as well. I think on paper Feline takes it, but it might just not be a clear 2-1 win. It might be not a clear 2-0 win. It might be a 2-1. And if Strike have made a few improvements, a few adjustments, they will have an opportunity to steal the win away from the players of Team Feline. But I think Feline, just eyes on the prize, do what Godlike does, just focus on yourself, and I think they can comfortably secure the win today.
Honestly speaking too, the last time when we saw Team Strike face off against Team Fate, it felt like Team Strike wasn't really fully tested to the mark. Team Fate, they were looking pretty lost in the matchup that they played against Team Strike. Sometimes the Fate players are almost staring at the walls for some reason. I don't even know what was going on with the players, but they were looking pretty lost. But now as Team Strike, they move on against Team Felines. This is going to be the real test, and this is going to be the test of their skills too. Let's move on towards the leaderboards for now, considering one group is done and dusted for the day, and Group B's leaderboards are on the screen. Godlike, they played the first ever game today itself, and that was also their last game for today, so they got that victory, so you see that 1 point on the board.
Yeah, but time to pound there after the races, 2-0 start, but I feel bad for 5 AM Necro. I don't think they're going to be able to make it through. Sitting at 0 wins, 3 losses already. I think the journey might already be over, so moving forward, playing their matches, I think they can just play however they feel like.
Yeah, I mean, for 5 AM, didn't they win again? Didn't they win the previous matchup?
Think so. Yeah,
I think so. The leaderboards are a little bit, something's going wrong with the leaderboards, so do not really follow them for now. But
follow the socials.
5 AM, follow the socials. On Instagram, you will get the updated leaderboards. 5 AM won their matchup. And Panda Express, they lost their matchup, so yes, that was quite an interesting matchup too. If you guys missed that out, well, go back on the stream and watch that, because that was one of the most epic matchups so far. But Feline's roster's on the screen. Dope and Peace, Antivirus, Fallen, Warlord, Luigi. We've seen all the players in the past as well. Day before yesterday itself, Felines, they faced off against Anthem. Yes, the outcome was a 2-0 fashion in the favor of Team Anthem, but this time around, it's a redemption arc for Team Felines.
Yeah, it is a redemption arc, and especially, I mean, for Dope and Peace, the man, the myth, the legend, he needs to go big. We have seen him in action and be a menace to the opposing side with those shotguns, but this time around, let's see how it all turns out. It is going to be an interesting match against Team Strike for sure. I want to see how Feline looks in this one.
It is going to be a big question mark, especially I think so. It's all going to be the curtain's being revealed for Team Strike. We still need to figure out what Team Strike has gotten consideration, right? What they've got in stock for us. If they do pull off a big upset against Team Felines, if they do strike down the players of Felines, now that's going to be a big surprise and a big upset. And we, of course, all love to see a comeback story. We, of course, all love to see an underdog story. And speaking of Team Strike itself, so let's move on and have a look at their roster, too. We have seen Team Strike play in the Open Finals. They were there in the lower brackets. They were struggling, definitely, but when they faced off against Team Fate, it was a complete one-sided affair in the favor of Team Strike. You've got Levi, Vibe, Lament, even Nats right there, and then you've also got Raid.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I mean, we have seen Rion in an incredible form again and again from the side of Feline, but I think it is going to be Lament who needs to stand up, Vibe as well. Need to see those big numbers on the boards from these lads for the side of for this team to actually stand a fighting chance today. And it's going to be interesting to see how far can they take this. But along with that, I think the maps that we have seen from the side of Strike so far have been quite interesting as well. As we kept talking about that first series where they did go up against the side of... it was Fate. Over there as well, it was them playing standoff firing range. Then you see against NVT, they played Apocalypse on Hardpoint, and then Kuruhana Metropolis for that SND. So this is a team that is not really afraid in experimenting or just trying out whatever they feel like. So I think that can be a little bit of a game changer for the side of Feline, who are very sound tactically, but can be kind of stuck in their ways. But let's see the map veto. I think that is going to be very fun as well.
I mean, one thing we have noticed clearly, and that is going to be the pattern of the maps being picked by these guys, right, in the challenge season. It's been a little bit different compared to the Open Finals, but we're going to see Hackney Yard this time around in Hardpoint, and then we're going to move on towards firing range, and once again, it's going to be the classic pick for Control as well. But Hackney Yard, now this is going to be an interesting pick for Hardpoint. It's definitely an off pick from Felines, and I would like to see what they've got in store for us.
Man, this is an off pick for everyone. No one has played this map even once. In this SPS. This is the first time we're going to see Hackney Yard, and this map is like, I don't like this map, to be honest. That's just a personal thing. I don't like this map. It gets too chaotic. On a few hard points, there's just like clear, straight lines of fire towards the spawns as well available. So, yeah, let's see how it turns out. Also, by the way, you know what's more interesting? Wasn't Strike that picked it. It's Feline who picked Hackney Yard.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mentioned too, right? It's quite an off pick from the side of Felines. We never saw this coming, but maybe Felines just want to bring something new on the mix, considering they know they're facing off against Team Strike, and they're pretty confident. That's why they went with Hackney Yard. But nothing taken away from the map too, man. It's one of the most OG maps out there. So the players and the teams, they're quite known with the layouts too. So let's see this time around how the adaptations could look like from both the sides. Team Strike, they do start off with a little bit of that advantage. They have gotten the hard point control, and that's a great thing. But Felines, they instantly snatch it back.
Well, they instantly do snatch it back, but here they come, the players of Team Feline moving in. Look at this. This is why I find this map to be a little bit of a nuisance. This hardpoint is inside of the shed, and there's no way you can challenge it from an off angle. You have to run up front or just commit every single piece of utility as well. Defending it becomes another problem. But
Team Strike.
Let's see, Feline in complete control, and Strike is just struggling to find those angles to engage against the players of Feline.
Felines are like gangsters. All the players just moving in tandem. All the players are working together, and they're looking at all the choke points one at a time, and somehow it's actually working out as well for Felines, so you might as well do the same thing. For Felines, even the last time when they faced off against Anthem, they looked pretty good. They were in a pretty good form, and once again, that form is being continued against the players of Team Strike. Strike do get the final few moments of that hard point in their hands, but just those final scrappy points isn't really going to hold a lot of that value. The next hard point as well pops up, and that's where Felines are already pretty proactive, considering they've got the control in their hands.
Well, they have the control, and they're running away with
Maybe
it,
not.
but Strike, they do take control of the next hard point for a few seconds. Rion does find the shutdown, and Poland has fallen indeed, but Feline, what are they going to do to bounce back? Fallen and Illusion find a few important kills for themselves. Strike waiting around the corner with the Fennec, fails to convert into a kill, and now Rion is going to fall as well. The control point, the hard point goes away, and now again it's going to be Feline in the driving seat for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, here we go. Dope in peace, Luigi. The boys, once again, they start to pop off. They do take a couple of initial seconds to try and set themselves up for success on the upcoming Hardpoint, but as soon as they do find the traits on the positive side of the spectrum, they start to pop off in a great margin. Even Luigi's doing pretty good now. He's got his hands on the Odin, and he's just looking to light a few more players up on the sky. He does spot out the players. The next Hardpoint as well is going to pop up pretty soon, and you can already see the players of Team Strike stacking up towards that same Hardpoint.
Well, let's see though. Ooh, Illusion. That was a quick kill. 81 to 24. Feline still not looking to slow down. I think even with these operator skills coming online, things are just going to get worse and worse for Strike from here on out. They need to find those multi-frags. They need a little bit of momentum to try and recover, but struggling to find those single frags as well at this point.
Felines is not even struggling to get the Hardpoint control in their hands.
Yeah.
This P3 is already in their hands, and it feels like the players of Strike, they don't even stand a chance to snatch it away. Strike is not able to win the duels, and that's starting to be a main sign of concern. While you try and look at the players of Feline, they've already established such a major lead. But Strike, finally, they do get the Hardpoint control for a few seconds, but instantly get snatched back by the players of Felines. And here's the problem. Even if you do get the Hardpoint control for a little bit of time, where's the team backup? There's no backup available. The cavalry isn't there exactly on the point.
Well, let's see though. As I mentioned, cavalry isn't there. 100 points already crossed by the side of Feline. Oh no, that's an open position, and Ouija just circles around them, finds the first from the window, circles around, finds the second, switches over to the pistol. That's the third kill in a row, and he's still alive, looking for more, hungry for blood. Ouija not slowing down for a second. This is a brilliant position for him to be in. This gets Feline so much control and so much pressure on the players of Team Strike now.
This really makes me worried for the players of Team Strike. If they're getting ruled out by the players of Felines in such a one-sided fashion, what happens when they face off against Accelerate, Johnny? Man, Felines, right now, they're just dominating the entire playgrounds against Team Strike. No matter what Team Strike tries to bring on the board, even YB pulled out the War Machine, but even that was not able to find enough value. And now Rian's able to pull out the Annihilator. Maybe a little bit of that value is there from the side of Rian on the board, but still a little value is not enough to bring you back in the race. 48, maybe make that 50 points on the board, but still Felines, they have established such a big lead on the points table.
Yeah, that's a big advantage for them. Ooh, could have been a multi-kill over there. Levi somehow finds a frag, can be traded out. But Feline, as you mentioned, the big advantage, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Hardpoint and lockdown, they are moving for the next one. The players of Team Strike get their hands, or in fact get there first, but there's a man in their tracks already on way to stop them. It's Illusion. Finds a frag, instant trade out. There's no way Feline are going to slow down from here on out, man. They have everything they could want to go for those retakes, or in fact shut down the players of Team Strike before they can try and close in the difference.
Hold on, Johnny. Maybe Team Strike can still be stopped. You did see in the kill feed too, Team Strike was getting a lot of kills on the board, but eventually, it's Felines once again getting back in the groove and stopping the players of Team Strike on track. Even Luigi pulls out the Annihilator as he's able to rack up a few more kills. Even Illusion invests heavy with that War Machine. And now for Felines, once again, they get the Hardpoint control back in their hands. These Ps are really looking pretty good, especially favoring the players of Felines. And now looking at the scoreboard too, Felines, they've already stacked up too much of a bigger lead. If the players of Team Strike do want to snatch it away, the next point, they need to completely control it. Yes, a final few scrappy seconds once again in the hands of Team Strike, but just those final few seconds are not going to cut it. Team Strike, they need to rule an entire point just to get an equalizer on the board.
Well, let's see though. 168-86, as you mentioned, they are starting to build up momentum slowly and steadily, but as soon as the multi-kill come in from the side of Team Feline, Strike is going to be shut down, and this is again that same P1. The lineups from here become a little too intense. Feline, they have control of the outside as well, which makes things worse for the side of Strike if they try and go in for a retake. But hey, somehow they do manage to steal it away from the side of Feline, and Feline, it seems like Necro are starting to choke, but the difference is still big, so Strike, they have a lot of catching up to do.
They indeed do. 100 points on the board, and maybe Felines, they can be still taken down. There's big hope for the side of Team Strike. But Felines, if they keep on moving in tandem, if they do showcase some team play, maybe Team Strike can be struck down. But Team Strike, they've already got the next hardpoint on the big lockdown. And if Team Strike play the same way, if they do play pretty unit, maybe there's a big chance Felines, they are going to miss out on this hardpoint. And Team Strike, they have completely got the control of this entire point. But Felines, they're already being pretty proactive. They do want to play for the next hardpoint. That's going to be popping up soon on the screens.
Well, let's see though. Feline just a few steps away from closing out this match, but Strike, they've almost caught up. Illusion finds a little bit of a shutdown to work with, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so. They need to keep the pressure up, and slowly and steadily they are almost at the 200-point marker. But Team Strike, look at them, they're waiting on the outside, waiting for those kills, waiting to move in, but they are being shut down. A 2K coming in for Ouija, and this could be a big one as well. He needs to survive for a few extra seconds. Team Feline still in the driving seat, 30 seconds remain on this hard point, but Levi moves in, and there's the snatch and grab. Levi is going to be shut down, but he does buy his team enough time to build up a little bit of pressure on the players of Team Feline, but it doesn't work out. 220, 221, closing in for the win. They have 15 seconds left on this hard point, and I think now maybe Team Strike, they might have just choked big.
Yeah, they might have just choked big, but we might just see the torch being handed out right here, right now. Still 5 more seconds left on the clock for this hard point. Felines, they would need a contest for the upcoming hard point as well to get the closure. But some of the downline Felines themselves know they do not really need a lot of points in the first place to get anything done. And Felines, they're already pretty confident, even when you try and look at the duels as well. With the way they're playing those duels, it does feel like Team Strike does not even stand a chance. Because Team Strike, they're getting completely ruled out inside of the kill feed itself. You can look at the kill feed, and it's Team Feline all across the board. 241 points already. You can't say that even the mental edge is now with the players of Team Feline. As Team Strike, they're constantly trying their best to strike down the players of Feline, but it's still looking pretty next to impossible. Here comes the heavy investments, even from Illusion, and for Team Felines, it does feel like this is going to be the exact moment they were looking for. They have gotten the hard point control as well, and now they're going to run it away. Even the Purifier was pulled out. Every single investment was brought out by the side of Felines, considering they knew this is going to be the deal sealer.
Yeah, it's all over. Again, 250 points achieved by Team Feline, and as you mentioned, they knew it was a deal seal. They just committed everything to get those last few points. But I got scared during the mid stages, man. It felt like Strike almost had the comeback underway.
Yeah, for Team Strike, still, they were able to win those wave of duels, but just that wave is not going to matter, man. Consistency is something they need, especially when they're facing off against a team like Felines. While you're trying to speak of Felines, a lot of the times, Felines was playing it really competitive. Felines was serious about this matchup. They were going for hard point to hard point, and you can see the players of Strike. They were able to get the final scrappy moments from the hard point. Final maybe 10 to 6 seconds on each and every single hard point, but just those 10 to 6 seconds are really not going to matter. Maybe it can help you stay closer to the lead that the opponent's building, but it's still not close enough.
Yeah, of course, but let's see. I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, those final few seconds, they're not going to be enough. You have to be consistent, and I think that little bit of slip up from the side of Feline in the early stage, that was the only opportunity that Strike got, but they failed to capitalize on it. They had cut down the difference to, I believe, around 60 points, but after that, the next hard point, they just completely failed. And a big game coming in from Ouija, by the way, making a lot of important plays during those mid-game stages to bring his team back.
And here's the big problem, right? Now we're going to move on to our Search and Destroy. And we've already seen Felines face off against Team Anthem, one of the strongest teams in Search and Destroy. And Team Felines was actually able to make it quite a close call against Team Anthem as well. And for Team Strike, they have struggled on Search and Destroy in the past. So I do not really know what to expect from Strike, man. If they have done their research, maybe against the players of Team Felines, there's a big chance that he can make a close call as well. But still, winning against Felines on Search and Destroy, it seems next to impossible.
Well, let's see. I mean, Search and Destroy, it's going to be intense for sure. And Strike, well, aren't really able to strike back. Let's see, Feline, opportunity for them to get themselves on the board now in terms of the overall leaderboard in their group. And again, Group A looking a little bit more competitive with Feline also stepping up like this today.
37 kills on the board from the top fragger Felines. And that's what you expect. Utter domination from them. Even Dope in Peace was able to do a lot, but considering he is Dope in Peace, he did not really need to perform at the top of his level. He was getting those impact frags, especially when you saw a wave of kills from the side of Team Strike. And for a moment, we thought that, okay, maybe Team Strike can bring a big bounce back. They can't pull off an upset, but that's where Dope and Peace popped off. He got those multi-kills, stopped the frag flow from the side of Team Strike, and once again delivered the momentum back in his own team's hand.
Yeah, but again, I mean, it was an interesting matchup between these two sides. It's not over. I mean, search and destroy. Anything can happen, as you mentioned. I mean, individually, the players from the side of Team Feline were quite decent, but on search and destroy, you have to play like a team. And after, I think, the masterclass that has just been delivered by the side of Godlike, I want to see what these teams are going to be up to.
And as I mentioned too a while ago, right, Felines, they have given quite a tough call to Team Anthem. And in my opinion, Team Anthem is one of the best teams you can have for search and destroy. And if Felines was able to give a tough call to Team Anthem, there's a big chance they might just roll through against the players of Team Strike. Still, these are speculations, by the way. Nothing is really confirmed because we can't really read the future. We do not know what the future holds. But on paper, Felines is supposed to be much more stronger compared to the players of Team Strike because everything really comes on to play over here, right?
Yeah.
Dope and Peace and all the boys, they have been there in the competitive scene for such a long time. These guys are veterans. While you try and compare them to Team Strike, you can't say Team Strike is an underdog. So still for Team Strike, it is going to be a learning curve.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a learning curve, but I think all of this experience can help them in the future. Maybe in the next few tournaments that they play, they can learn by experiencing what's like to be against these teams inside of the lobby, and of course by observing all of the other teams and what they are up to as well. And again, but let's see. I mean, this is going to be an intense one for sure, no matter what happens. Firing range on our screens, and we all know the next mode, it is ready. Search and destroy between Strike and Team Feline.
One of the most classic maps that this entire competitive pool has to offer, Johnny, and that's where these two teams are going to be facing off against each other. We are going to move on towards firing range. Previously, when we saw firing range being played, that was quite an intense one, but we're hoping for the same intensity even inside of this BO3. But off the rip, it's going to be the players of Team Strike, but even Dope in Pieces, he's there to reply back in quite a great fashion. And now situation's taken down to a 3-on-3. Illusion, Luigi, and Dope in Peace in action, but Dope in Peace, he replies back onto a kill towards the players of Team Strike, and now Team Strike are taken down with just a two-man squad. Strike and defense, they're definitely struggling.
Yeah, they are definitely struggling right now. Vibe is trying to jump peek around the edge over there. Levi and Vibe, all that remain. Levi is going to be spotted out, in fact. I think this should be... Oh, I wanted to say it was going to be an easy round for Feline, but why with that frag on Illusion? And Wheezy in the distance. All he has to do is find one, and he does. Now it is completely in the favor of Team Feline. Look at Dope in Peace moving in as well. He's just standing in the corner again with the shotgun. What is this man up to? All right.
Dope in Peace, he is one of those players that likes to play with the shotgun and SMGs, and yeah, Dope in Peace definitely quite an important aspect to that previous round. We can't really forget, especially when the advantage was in the hands of Team Strike off the rip. Dope in Peace was the one to bring it back in his team's hand. He's such an impactful player for Team Felines. He's the one to bring the momentum back every single time when his team loses that. So Dope in Peace, one thing is for sure, this man's got a strong mindset.
Man, the players of Feline are not slowing down. They are running into utility at this point to secure those kills for themselves. And look at this. Blink it and you miss it. Down to a 1v2 already. The bomb is going to be planted towards that A side. Dope in Peace spotting out or gathering intel of Levi's position. Now knows where he is, where this LMG is. Oh, and Levi's been spotted out as well now. There's Illusion waiting for him on the other side.
Look at this, it's crazy. It's just the second round, and Dope in Peace has already got 6 kills. That's insane.
It is.
He's the only man carrying his team on the back so far. And then Dangerous got 1 and Luigi's got 2. That's it. Dope in Peace is holding such an off angle as well. He's looking to catch Levi off guard, and what was that? I'm not sure what Levi was trying to do there. Maybe he thought that Dope in Peace is in the back lines. He received a bad call out from his teammate. But Dope in Peace, that off angle was beautiful.
Yeah, that was a brilliant off angle, and he knew exactly how far Levi could check as well. That is the level of knowledge that you see from the players of Team Feline right now. Look at this. That was the most important thing over there. He knew exactly how far Levi could go. And then Levi just assumed he was going to be on the other side. But look at this. Once again, off to a great start. The players of Team Feline finding that first frag.
7 eliminations already from Dope in Peace. And it's this 3rd round, by the way. And in both the rounds, Team Felines, they almost choked up. And Dope in Peace, he saved the day. This is what I'm talking about. Doping Piece, being the main man, he does not need to perform every single time, but he just need to be impactful. He needs to keep his teammates' mental in check, and he's doing that perfectly. While Team Strike, they're really starting to face the reality here. They're struggling way too much on the board. Getting 0 rounds on the board so far, while Felines, they've already found 2. And now for Felines, they've also switched up the pace pretty quick. They're playing it pretty passive now.
Can't really resist the urge to move in, and this time they run into Levi. Pressure relieved for a few seconds. This MG42 can be quite deadly. One after the other, they just draw his attention away from each other. Feline getting quite cheeky over there, but the numbers equalize. It's down to a 2v2. The access to that
the rotation.
B side denied for a few seconds, and yes, Necro, the rotation towards A now. 20 seconds left, though. They are going to have to get there and just go for the plant.
And it feels like Team Strike, they've got no clue of that. They've already moved in towards the A side, and Team Strike, they still think that the boys are going to get the plant down towards the B side. You can see them moving to the B side as well. But as they do realize that B side is completely vacant, they move back towards A. That's a big brain play from Felines, just playing with the emotions and the brains of the opponents. Utilities being tossed out. Rian knows that there might just be someone playing on the off angle, but I really love the angle of illusion. But unfortunately, the man loses patience. As he peeks out, he is able to get the first pick, but an instant trade is there on the board. And Rian, he takes down illusion return. Now the situation's taken down to a one-on-one. Luigi with the sniper, Rian with the SMG. As long as Luigi maintains his distance, that's going to secure the victory to his team. But Luigi misses the first shot, and now the sniper battle. It's taken up close, but still Luigi, he connects the crucial shot.
Man, this was amazing. A close round, but Feline still on the board and still in the lead. 3-0. They're just controlling the momentum of this game. Not really allowing the players of Team Strike to even breathe for a second. Here we go, the util dump down mid. White misses the first, gets the second, but the trade's coming in down to a 3v3. It seems like Feline are now just distracted from the objective. They just want to go for the fights.
And you love to see it, right? For Felines, they already know playing for the objective is way too easy. Might as well bring up a bit of that challenge. They have won 3 rounds back-to-back. And this is what I'm saying, right? When Doping Piece realizes that, okay, his teammates are doing pretty good, he does not get anything done. And that's what happened in the previous round, too. His teammates were the one to get everything done. But Doping Piece, he did the heavy lifting early on. Fallen gets caught this time around, and now it's Luigi and Illusion left to try and clutch it out. A 2-on-2 situation, Levi and Vibe. And especially speaking of Vibe himself, he's being quite the great player. This time around, Levi with the LMG in his hands. He picks off another player too, and Illusion gets put to sleep. The LMGs, they're really starting to hit back.
3-1. Somehow they make it happen. Strike, get themselves on the board before it's too late. Those LMGs, as you mentioned, Necro, they are getting deadly, especially in the hands of Levi. He's just turning out to be a menace for the players of Team Feline to deal with, but sitting along with that LMG, the sniper on this A side in the hands of Vibe needs to come online as well. Rian dropped extremely low with that util, and then there's 2 players sliding in his face. That is just brutal, man.
Okay, hold on, a quick burst of kills. But eventually, that burst is now being stopped. The elimination still now favoring the players of Feline. Maybe Doping Piece, he needs to wake back up because for the past 2 rounds, he was not able to get anything done. Doping Piece needs to realize his team is now starting to lose the momentum that they built early on. And it was all on the back of Doping Piece's performance. Individually, this man was brilliant. In 2 rounds, he got 7 eliminations. That was crazy. Doping Piece, he needs to eliminate a few players once again, and this is what I'm talking about. Doping Piece counters that aggression perfectly. Holds that corner. As he was able to spot the first man. Man advantage now in the hands of Team Felines. And this is where Felines should bum rush towards the site. All the players gather up, move on towards one single site, and catch the players off guard. That's going to be the best possible outcome Felines can ask for. And that's what they're exactly doing, Johnny.
Yeah, all of a sudden, though, that earlier confidence, all of that early aggression has gone away. And this slow pace is what I believe is allowing the players of Strike to strike back. Nate goes out towards that B side, and it seems like a decision has been made by Team Feline to see and check the pressure and check the presence towards B. Levi goes down. This is a big kill for them. There's one more man hiding in the corner, and Feline, they find the advantage for themselves. Rian fails to find the frag, and Illusion gets that kill. It's just one last man remaining. Wipe against 4 from the side of Feline, and Wipe has been spotted out. Dope in Peace with that final kill for his team. 4-2 at the end of the first half.
I'm telling you, man, when Dope in Peace pops off, his entire team does good.
Yeah.
9 eliminations on the board for Dope in Peace, and with that, we're also going to reach the first half of the game. The sides are now flipped. Team Feline's on defense, and Team Strike on attack. And Strike on the run towards the B side off the rip. I like this aggression, but is it really going to pay off? That's the question. What just happened? Rian, he eliminated himself from this round. Something happened with Rian.
Oh man, not looking good. 3 players left now. It's going to be difficult to for them to break it through. Especially look at who's watching from the side of Team Feline. Fallen in the front, Danger sitting on the flank. And then you have Ouija to deal with as well, but Wipe shuts down Danger. There's one more man waiting for him on towards that B side. And Dope in Peace though, this time he's back with the shotgun, the R9 in his hands.
It suits him too, man. He seems pretty dope with that shotgun.
Yeah.
Just slides onto the opponent's face, gets those easy eliminations, and then instantly just backs away. I like that. And what am I watching? Fallen with this revolver. Oh, he misses the shot. And what do you expect? Levi! He lights 2 players up back to back. And Levi knows exactly what to expect from Dope in Peace as well. What a big throw this was from Felines. They messed up big time.
Yeah, it was, man. They had the upper hand in the round for so long, and towards the end, they just let it slip. And Team Strike, I think these are the opportunities that they can't really miss on. Again, this time, they need that equalizer. If they can grab it on the attack side, I think Feline, we'll have to see how they answer back, but just an incredible game coming in from the players of Strike. But as I say that, VG finds the first frag, and it's going to be Dope in Peace traded out. One big player from the side of Feline taken out of the picture. Big opportunity for the Team Strike to move in towards that A side. It's been left theirs for the taking as well. Feline waiting to play for the retake.
Felines are really starting to get overconfident, and they need to stop that. Complacency is something that can lead to a big disappointment. And if they are going to be super complacent over and over again in these rounds, they're going to lose out on them as well. Now, considering Felines, they've got the big man advantage. They can easily win this, but maybe not if they play like this. Man advantage instantly thrown away, back in the hands of Team Strike. But you've still got Levi with the LMG in the back lines, and Levi's doing some significant amount of damage. Up close and personal, the LMG can't really do a lot, and Levi gets outnumbered.
Oh man, this is getting more intense now. 5-2, 3-2, more rounds needed by the side of Feline to close this out. And just a few slip-ups from Strike here and there, resulting in that previous round loss. It could have been a much better ordeal. And Ouija, someone needs to take care of him. He's always finding that initial kill with the sniper. This time,
oh my God,
doesn't really connect us. Shot though.
So close though, man.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got the X-ray vision, but not the man. Slow and steady approach this time around from Team Strike, as they know being too quick sometimes can lead you to death. And that's what's been happening with the boys as well. And once again, Levi lights a few more skulls up. Illusion taken down as well. What am I watching? This man with the LMG has been insane. Levi has gotten 12 eliminations so far, and he's the only one with the most amount of eliminations on his team. But if Danger pops off this way, then it's definitely going to be the Danger man. He gets a nice 3-piece on the board, and within a flash, he brings the advantage back in the hands of Felines.
Levi has just been so incredible from his team. Look at that, 14 kills secured by Levi, and he's still not giving up, but getting chased with that Fennec in his hand. Fallen catches him completely off guard. That's the 6th round on the board for Team Feline. And I feel bad for Levi right now. That LMG is doing so much. Might be a light machine gun, but doing a lot of heavy lifting right now.
That LMG is insane. With the faster fire rate as well, it's really favoring Levi in these duels. And the sniper this time around is able to find the first kill, but Dope in Peace with the R9! He's able to line the players up. It's a stack of bodies inside of that trailer. And even another man towards the site, this time backed up with Levi and his LMG. Just needs to make sure that he's not being too complacent. He's not being too aggressive. Yeah, they've got each other's back. Dope in Peace has got a 3K so far in this round. He's once again starting to pop off for his team, especially when they need him the most. And what am I watching? Luigi's not taking shots! Oh my god, Luigi! He choked up big time! And that's going to give the opening for the players of Team Strike they exactly needed. Luigi just threw the entire round away.
Not just him, I think even towards the end, Dope in Peace as well. Slid out of that container, saw all of those players in front of him, tries to run back and gets killed. Man, what just happened? But hey, to be fair, they have the luxury of making these mistakes now. They still have a 2-round advantage to work with. Can they close out Search and Destroy?
What did I just witness? I'm still not able to wrap my head around. What did I just see? Why did Luigi do that? I guess he wanted to pull off an extraordinary play, but that extraordinary really bit him in the back because nothing was pulled out after that. Dope in Peace. Yeah, nicely done with that pistol. Able to take that player down. And for Team Felines, it's like it's so easy. Maybe that's why they were just messing around. Maybe the players of Felines wanted to hand out some executions in the end and close things out.
Oh man, oh man. I mean, maybe they did, but I think again, 2-0, the result as we expected, and Feline definitely quite strong, but hey man, they kept giving us jump scares every now and then, first on Hardpoint as well, losing out that momentum early game, and then on Search and Destroy, that second last round of insanity. But I have to give props to Levi first of all from the side of Team Strike. He did really well. Dope and Peace, we knew for a fact that he was going to be amazing once it came down to Search and Destroy, but Luigi with those sniper shots, the man is just insane.
The standout player, it has to be Dope,
yeah,
from the side of Felines, and Levi from Strike. This man with the LMG was nuts. Levi was the only reason why Team Strike were able to get those few rounds in their hands, because he was just able to light the players up on fire.
Yeah, true.
Every single time Levi was able to get those multi-kills, you would instantly see the players of Team Strike rack up that round as well.
Well, let's see. I mean, it was an exciting game for sure, but as you mentioned, I mean, Levi, very important. Vibe did get a few important kills in, but definitely not enough impact, as much impact as Levi. He was forced into those clutch moments multiple times, tried his level best, unfortunately, always outnumbered, but look at this. This was an important round as well. It was taken away from the players of Team Strike. Again, this was another round in which Levi was forced into that outnumbered situation. Fallen just running up behind him. This was hilarious.
We had a conversation about this too, right? Especially when Felines, they started to lose a series of rounds. There was only one man who needed to be back to life, and that was Dope in Peace. As soon as Dope in Peace once again started to rack up those eliminations, we knew now it's going to be tough to stop Feline, especially when he pulled out that R9. He was just playing inside of that trailer, finding so many kills after kills, and that was big for Dope in Peace. He's always the one to get his team's mental back in check. He's always the one to motivate his team to play a little bit better, and once again, Dope in Peace does the same thing. Hardpoint as well was completely one-sided. You move on towards Search and Destroy. The story was the similar one.
Yeah, the story still remained the same on Search and Destroy, but let's see. I mean, still, it is going to be a long journey ahead of Feline. I mean, their journey of this challenge season did not have a great start, but after this win, I think even they are going to be motivated to move forward. I'm talking about that loss to Anthem day before yesterday. But still, I mean, Team Strike, this was a tough matchup. We knew it was going to be a tough match to begin with as well. Feline looked extremely strong, as you mentioned before the series, in that fight against Anthem. And now, today, I think they're just the small little things they needed to work on, they did. And were able to secure an easy win. But this match is over, and we did see a little bit of a glimpse of what is coming up next. Accelerate, they're ready to step into action, I believe.
Yeah, for Team Strike, that's going to be a massive blow. Off the rip for Team Strike, today was the day. Today was the first day they were supposed to perform, but they're facing off against Felines, one of the invited teams, and now they're going to be facing off against Accelerate, which is one of the most dominating team in this entire tournament. So for Team Strike, it's not really the exact way they wanted to enter inside of the challenge season, but it is what it is, man. Now Team Strike are going to be rolled even by the players of Accelerate. I do not want to sound biased, but hey, I'm someone who likes to stick to the facts, and that's what the facts say.
Yeah, now I think we just have to compare the what was the toughest matchup today, Godlike versus NonStop or Strike versus Accelerate. What do you think?
Toughest matchup? Well, I would say the toughest matchup was 5 a.m. one when they faced off against Panda Express, because that went on towards the decider. So that was quite a nice one.
No, not in terms of the competition that was there between the two teams, but for NS to beat Godlike or for Strike to beat Accelerate right now, what do you think is more likely? I mean, we know the first one did not happen, of course.
NS, I would say the more likely one was NS to beat Godlike. Because yes, that did not happen, but I would still say it was more likely.
Yeah.
Maybe the odds were, you can't say 10 to 90, but over here when Strike is facing off against Accelerate, it feels like it's 95 to 5.
I think that could have been true only until Abyss, if Abyss wasn't there today. I think Abyss was just the man who just was absolutely phenomenal. And yes, of course, Godlike, the entire team is phenomenal, but Abyss today was like exceptionally well. He was playing better than his entire team put together, to be honest, and that was something special. But again, Accelerate, not an easy team to beat as well. We have seen them thrashing the opposition. We have seen them thrash teams like Anthem in the competition before. So Accelerate, one of the top contenders, and as you mentioned, Necro, not a good day to beat Team Strike today. First, you have to face up Felines, and now you have to go up against Accelerate.
It is definitely quite a big blunder for them, but as I mentioned, it is what it is, right? And knowing the fact that now for Felines, if things are not going to be good even in the future circumstances, keep this thing in mind, John. Even Felines, they need to face off against Accelerate sometime in the future. So for Felines as well, the fate might just hold a similar one that they just handed out to Team Strike a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, get the tough matches out of the way as quickly as possible. But let's see, I mean, Accelerate with Accelerate being there, I think one more interesting thing we were discussing about them in the morning, just a simple strategy, all about raw firepower. Just brute force your way through, no matter who stands in your way. But with that much aggression, you are always taking a lot of risk as well. But the team is quite mechanically gifted. So I just want to see what are the maps they're going to go for. Because I think in the series like this, Accelerate definitely want to pick something like Summit that gives them a very quick control on Hardpoint. And then for Search and Destroy as well, they're going to pick something standard like Firing Range that allows them an opportunity to just force those duels against the players of Strike and just make things for an easy battle. Just you already have the upper hand, just might as well just capitalize on the advantage.
The only time maybe the players of Team Strike can have a solid chance of beating the players of Accelerate is on Search and Destroy, because we have seen in the past, right, for Accelerate, Search and Destroy is definitely something that can be a little bit slacking, but for Accelerate, knowing the fact that their mechanics are completely on point, that's what they try to rely on and every single time. So this time around, if Team Strike, they do somehow rule out the players of Team Accelerate when it comes to the tactics, and even if they are feeling pretty better when it comes to the mechanics as well, there's a big chance they can definitely rule out the opponents. Just like what 5M did against Panda Express. When you achieve that flow state, when you know that you've got nothing to lose, and when you play like you pretty much have got a free mindset, that's when you can achieve that flow state. And that's what the players, maybe if the players over here as well, they do pull off, then there's a big chance we might just see an upset in Search and Destroy. We might see a complete 3-mapper.
No, I mean, let's see, man. Strike, it's going to be difficult, as you mentioned, I mean, get into that flow state. But when you have just taken a beating, it becomes very difficult to just focus on anything. You're just focused on that loss. And I think Strike, again, a team with a little less experience compared to the rest of the teams on the block. I think that is one of the big things about being in the competitive circuit. That is what it teaches you, to reset from those losses. And Strike, I think that is the lesson they are going to learn right now. But might as well have a look at the leaderboard for Group A before we jump into the action. There we have it, Accelerate 2-0. Undefeated as of now. Anthem right behind them, along with Felines, who have secured their first win just now a few moments ago. But let's see, Galaxia has yet to get themselves on the board, and Strike in a match of their lives against Accelerate in a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is for sure, today's standout game was definitely Panda Express versus 5AM. 5AM pulling off such a major upset We never saw that coming. 69 kills from that individual. That was nuts. We all thought that maybe he can't reach the 70 marker as well, but unfortunately his dreams were crushed. But it's completely fine, man. Keep this thing in mind. You've still got a few more known names to go up in the future. Before now, let's move on towards the squad roster of Accelerate. Considering we have been looking at these players in the past as well play against their opponents, and Accelerate, they have been dominating through the competition. You've got Ghost, Extincts, G-Shots, Vegas, and Warden. And now these guys are going to be facing off against Team Strike.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, we have seen them again and again, always in incredible form this entire tournament. Ghost, Extincts, G-Shots, Vegas, Warden, as you mentioned them, I think important players. G-Shots, the last time we saw him in action was just exceptional. Revel as well. I think if Revel shows up today, it's going to be interesting. Last time as well, just phenomenally consistent, this man.
He was, man. Revel is like the devil for Accelerate. Yeah. Every single time when it feels like Accelerate's not able to perform that well, Revel steps up with multi-kills and once again hands out the death blow to his opponents and gives the momentum back in his team's hands. He's pretty much like Dope in Peace for his own team.
Well. I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out, but I mean, I am just excited to see what the side of Accelerate is going to bring to the table today, because this is one of the most exceptional team inside of this entire Group A, right? You never know what the map veto is going to look like. You never know which players are going to show up. That switch up between Revel and Warden sometimes happens as well. And they, all right,
okay,
so, as I said, I think they just want to capitalize on the advantage. They know it's all about firepower, so Accelerate just go ahead and pick Summit. Strike just to make things interesting, just to have a fighting chance, pick Tunisia, and Strike might win on Search and Destroy, but once it gets to control another firepower-focused map, I think Accelerate are just going to walk away with the win.
That's the exact point, right? For Accelerate, that's what they exactly need. They know if they do win the map of Hardpoint, it's pretty much done and dusted for the opponents, too. And yes, we are still speaking of the exceptional case, which is going to be pretty much maybe next to impossible, that if Accelerate do lose out on Search and Destroy, there's a big chance we might just move on towards Control. But as I mentioned, it might just not come through. There's a big chance that it might just through.
Yeah, I mean, big chance, but let's see. I mean, Summit, I have a very bad feeling about this. Strike against Accelerate. Accelerate might just prove a little too strong, but here we go. We have Strike on blue, Accelerate on the yellow. This time for the first hard point. This is where it all begins, right?
And you can't really forget that even the man, Levi himself, is in form as well for Team Strike.
Yep.
Especially that LMG pulled out in Search and Destroy. If he's able to pull out the LMG once again, maybe something can be done. But in Hardpoint, it's not something that's going to be in meta, so that's why you see him playing a complete different weapon. Vive and Levi, if these two players pop off in Hardpoint, maybe there's a big chance Accelerate's lead can be compromised. But off the rip, it's the players of Accelerate just grinding through against the opponents. And if the players of Team Strike do jump on towards the site, they don't stand a chance anyways to win the duels. Even Warden's able to pop off in quite the great margin. The man's pulled out the shotgun, and his shotgun shots are definitely not missing. Warden's connecting every single shot he's taken. And even the second man is going to be right in front. Warden connects everything that he spots in front of his eyes. And for Accelerate, they've already established a decent amount of lead. 3-30. 4 Team Strike is completely struck at just 3 points. And off the rip, this P1 is completely dominated by the players of Accelerate. For an instance, Team Strike was able to step their foot. But after that, Accelerate, they just ran through with the domination. These shotguns, they're really starting to count against the players of Team Strike. And even Warden with that pump shotgun, man, he's able to get so much value for his team. While Team Strike, they're definitely trying their best to get something done. They're definitely quite desperate to get this hard point in their hands. But Accelerate every single time, especially when it comes to that firepower, especially when it comes to getting those eliminations, you can see the kill feed is completely dominated by the players of Accelerate. A few more instances where Accelerate is making sure that the opponents don't even stand a chance to stand against them. Even G-Shots is able to pop off in quite a great margin. Even Vegas gets a nice 2-piece on the board, 57-5. And that's where Team Strike is now. Pretty much seems like for them to pull off the comeback. The chances are taken away even more. 63-5. Team Strike just stuck on a single digit. That's not looking too good. Team Strike, if they do want to have a chance to pull off the comeback, this needs to be the point where Team Strike snatches it away from the side of Accelerate. But Accelerate, they're already pretty quick. They've already got the hard point control in their hands. And soon enough, the next pawn as well is going to pop off. So now if Team Strike do want to stand a chance to make a comeback, this next hard point, it needs to be denied. It needs to be taken away from Accelerate. But still, for the chances to that to happen, It seems next to impossible, man. Team Strike, they're always getting ruled out, especially when it comes to the duels as well. And this one single man, Warden, with his pump shotgun, he's pretty much inevitable. He's striking down the players. Team Strike, left, right, center. Every single man from Accelerate, they're just doing much better. If you try and compare the players to Team Strike, they're in form, they're doing much better. Accelerate, they seem much more in sync as a team as well.
Yeah, man, no slowing down Accelerate right now. Strike, the struggles are going to continue. But Vegas, he's going to get shut down. Rion, he's trying his level best, looking for the third kill, finds it as well. If he can get this shut down, then maybe Strike will have an opportunity to strike back. But I do not get to finish my sentences from the backlines. Ghost and Vegas chime in. Rion is going to be shut down by Vegas in a matter of seconds. 112 to 12. And Accelerate, I think, closing on this triple digit has just given them more confidence to work with.
And I think so we know what the outcome's going to look like, Johnny. Accelerate, they've already got such a massive lead, 112 to 12. Team Strike is not even close in that scoreboard. And if the same thing keeps on happening, we pretty much know what's going to be the outcome. Team Strike, they are going to have a final shot to maybe make it super close by getting this hardpoint in their hands. And they do actually get it for a few seconds, but soon enough, it's going to be snatched away once again by the players of Accelerate. They're so quick to make it towards the hardpoint. Every single time if the hardpoint is snatched away for a few seconds, Accelerate, they instantly close on up, and they once again start to light a few things up. And soon enough, even the operator skills are going to be on board for Accelerate, so that's going to be even a major issue.
Yeah, it's just going to make things worse for the players of Strike moving forward inside of this game. And look at this. They have control of this hardpoint for so long. Rion does find a shutdown, but the instant raid comes in. Accelerate still in the driving seat. They're denying the entry. G-Shot moves in, looking for the second. I think his teammate Warden from the backlines does convert, though. 145, 146. Strike stuck on 22. It's going to be very difficult to drag Accelerate out of here. They've been in this hardpoint for so long. Last 4 seconds remain. And the switch up for the next hardpoint already there. So much pressure built up by the side of Accelerate. And again, it's exactly as we expected. But this time it is Vegas who's doing very well. And Warden, he has showed up in an incredible form as well.
It's like the players of Team Strike don't even stand a chance even mechanically against the players of Accelerate. They're easily able to rule out the players of Team Strike. Team Strike is not able to win the duels. We're not really seeing those multi-kills as well on the board. For some reason, Team Strike, they're getting mechanically out-diffed by the players of Team Accelerate. And for Team Accelerate, this is exactly what they knew as well. They pretty much knew. They saw this coming. Accelerate, somewhere down line, they knew that this was going to be a one-sided game in their favor. And you can see the confidence, too, with the play Accelerate's playing. Warden with the shotgun. This man's being nuts. He's just sliding all across the site. He's just sliding all across the hard point, getting those kills stacked up for his team.
Well,
did he just punch him in the back? He did.
I think so. Yeah, he just punched him in the back to finish him off. Even I got confused for a second. I was like, wait, how? But yeah, then again, I mean, they are in a dominating run. Accelerate in this game right now. White goes for a leap of faith, but does get taken out inside of that side. Vegas, man, is unkillable. Refuses to go down. Still left standing inside of that hardpoint, and then Accelerate 204. Very close to securing this win.
What are we even supposed to say at this point?
I have
There's
no idea,
nothing to
man.
say. Team Strike is getting absolutely rolled.
Yeah.
They're getting completely dominated. Dominated, it's going to be an understatement. Accelerate, they're making this matchup look completely one-sided. Unparalleled, that's what you would like to say.
Yeah.
The Team Strike, yes, maybe for a few seconds they do get this hard point control, but it's a little bit too late. And you can already see the major lead that's being built up on the board. So yeah, for Accelerate, the victory is pretty much there. It's inevitable. They are going to be the one to come out on top. Team Strike, maybe they can try their best for a final few seconds to try and snatch it away from Accelerate and try and delay the inevitable. But still, for the Accelerate, the victory is written in their fates.
Yep, Accelerate is going to close this out very quickly. I mean, not on this hard point, but on the next one for sure. 7 seconds remain. They are going to hit 240 though. 10 points remaining. 9, 8, 7. Right. They got 5 points. They need to take up 5 seconds to close out this game. And they're already there on the next hard point as well. Yeah, it is about to go down. 31 points for Team Strike. Let's see how far they can take this. Accelerate. It is over. 31 to 250. One-sided game.
And the funny part is, the funny part is, Johnny, Revel was not even playing. He was subbed out. So
yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, right, Revel was supposed to be a sub in the first place. When I had a talk with a few pro players, when I tried to get the information about Accelerate and their updated lineup, they said that Revel's going to be the sub player, but the fact that he was still playing for the initial matches was crazy. And actually, Revel proved himself too. And the fact that Revel was not even playing and still Accelerate's able to dominate, even this roster is more than enough to try and bring any team down on their knees. Man, the hype is really building up for a fight between Godlike and Accelerate. I would love to see that.
Yeah, and that's the best part, Necro. We're going to have to wait all the way till the land finale to see it happen. Both of them in different groups. I think that's the most unfortunate thing. But hey, I mean, it's always better to save the best for last, right?
Yeah, and the League Ops has done it on purpose as well, by the way. They put both these two teams in different groups because they knew Accelerate's going to be the dominant one in this group, and Godlike's going to be the dominant one in the opposite group. But for Accelerate, honestly speaking, man, there's not really a lot to speak about this entire matchup. They were just dominating through. They were just running through against the players of Team Strike. And for Team Strike, all you can do is feel bad. That's it, man. Team Strike, they tried their best, yes, but their best wasn't even close.
Yeah, they tried the level best. That's all they could do. But again, I think individually as well, the players from the side of Accelerate were playing phenomenally well. Another big reason why the players of Strike started to struggle. And Vegas, this man is just a monster. Warden as well, as you mentioned. I mean, the last time Revel was subbing in for Warden himself, and now their main playing 5 is playing, so Accelerate just a little bit more comfortable. But we do have the match summary on our screens, and again, one-sided win for the lads from Accelerate. Now, moving on to Search and Destroy, I wonder what's going to happen there.
Rian at the top with 24, Vegas with 31. Man, one-sided domination. That's all you can see. Even Vibe is right there on the second. Now, as I mentioned, right, the only players who can really save the day for Team Strike are going to be Levi and Vibe. If these two players don't really perform, it's done for. In Search and Destroy, if Levi once again does not pull out the LMG and start sliding a few things up, then Accelerate's once again going to accelerate through the victory, and this is going to be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I think someone needs to stand up and someone needs to individually start taking down the players of Accelerate. It can happen on Search and Destroy. That's the best part, right? Individual performances can swing a lot of rounds in your favor, but that one man or those two players need to be consistent. And again, a lot of pressure on Rian and Levi right now, but these two players, these two individuals need to deliver. Otherwise, Accelerate, I think this is just going to be an incredible matchup from their side, and they can completely take this one-sided.
And Johnny, even though both these teams are still facing on the equal level inside of the tournament, you can still see the skill gap. It's so big.
Yeah.
Even Godlike, when they faced off against their foes, the skill gap was massive. It felt like the opponents, they weren't even close to defeating Godlike. And over here, too, you can't see Accelerate just completely dominating and moving through the players of Team Strike. Even over here, the skill gap is way too much. And honestly speaking, this is not a good thing for the competitive circuit as well. If the skill gap is not closed up, if we're not really seeing any close calls, then it's not going to be too entertaining, because if you're just going to see a complete one-sided affair like these, then yeah, it definitely sort of sucks the fun out of it.
Yeah, it does. To a certain extent, it does. I do agree with you on that. But I think there's nothing we can do about it, right? It's down to the lads from the side of Strike to just stand up on an individual level and try and secure those wins for themselves. But there's the first frag secured by Extincts, and along with that, I think the opportunity for Strike to strike in this round is just going to go away. Accelerate starting on attack as well. Oh, Wipe gets double peeked and gets taken out. Vegas as well finds that frag. First round, Accelerate, they walk away with the win.
Wow, the round even ended. Honestly speaking, I was taking a sip of my coffee, and as soon as I looked back at the screen, the round's done. Interesting. Accelerate just doing the Accelerate things. Moving through with the victory on the first round. And Tunasia is starting to look pretty one-sided now. So this man is playing around the corner, but G-shots. He wraps up all the way from the back as he wraps him up in a sheet as well. The LMG's being pulled out from Levi, but this time around against Accelerate, it's not going to work that well. Maybe on Tunasia itself, it's not working that well. Warden with this Fennec is now starting to light the players up. And once again, he peeks all the way in the back. Warden single-handedly is making sure that the opponents, they kneel and bow in front of him.
One last man left, Rian. He tries to move in. Gets spotted out by Warden, and Warden finds that frag as well. Another round in the bag for the players of Accelerate, and it seems like being on attack is them being in their natural element. They are forced to push towards the players of Strike, and that is what they would want.
Maybe Accelerate now is going to try to pull off some weird shenanigans.
Yeah.
Try and spear someone to death, just like the way they were punching a few players in the Hardpoint. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. There we go, Odin in the hands of Vegas, and yeah, for Accelerate, it's not even a challenge, dude. They're just walking on towards the site, easily clearing it out. It's like a stroll on the summer's day. But maybe now the struggles are going to be there. A 3-on-2, hold on, Accelerate starting to face some real challenges. Extinct's taken down, but Ghost is not going to make it that easy. Ghost, he switches up as he takes down another man at the front, but the LMG's watching that corner, and eventually Levi will hand out that closure. Finally, Team Strike getting one round on the board, and this one round's going to mean a lot.
Yeah, but extremely close that round as well. But as you mentioned, Strike, this round, every single round is going to mean a lot. If there is an opportunity for them to take on and beat the players of Accelerate, it's on this mode itself. Search and destroy. But Ghost, man, that was scary. Extinct shut out. Important kill coming in for Vibe. And if they can just take out Warden as well, I think things are going to be made much easier. But look at this. Now, Team Strike is getting very aggressive. They are trying to push in from that B side. But this time, Jiraiya, he's going to be stabbed in the back as G-shots find that frag. Vibe also picked off, and once again, it is going to be Accelerate in the driving seat.
It's such a big change in the pace from Accelerate. They're holding all the way back towards the spawn. They're waiting for a few players to push up, and that's what exactly happened. Jiraiya got caught off guard, as even he got struck down. And now for Accelerate, the exact man advantage they were looking for is achieved. And that's why they move on towards the B side. They've already got the control, and the players are going to hold quad the deep angles. Levi with the LMG once again looking to clear a few sides up as well. Important. The man's just going for the jump shots. He's missing everything. That's a different thing, but still, it's about the fear. The man's already installed. Now Warden looking to slip out of that spot. There was a smoke in the front. Warden's able to get a few kills on the hands, and G-Shots backs him up as well perfectly.
3-1. A big edge for Accelerate to work with. Again, it's just the switch in the pace, throwing the players of Team Strike completely off. Now, what will Accelerate be up to? Do they just go all in again, or do they try and slow things down, bait the players of Team Strike to step into their crosshairs? But no, it seems like it's an all-out push towards the A side, but Accelerate, they run into a meat grinder called Vibe. Levi finds once more. Vegas is still there, though, takes down Alpha, and finds another one. Extincts, what was that?
Oh my god.
It's just a cleanup coming in from Accelerate. What is going on?
He's just sliding into his own DMs. Look at that. The way they're sliding, it's not being countered by the players of Team Strike.
Oh, but the bomb drop is there, Necro. Look at where the bomb is dropped. Right at the feet of Jiraiya.
Oh boy. Well, maybe it's time to pull off some big brain moves now for Accelerate. They're not really accustomed to this, but sometimes you need to do so. Accelerate. They've already moved all the way to the opposite side, and this wraparound, is the man going to be expecting a 1-on-2 on the way? Extincts. Imagine the amount of pressure this man's going to be feeling from the side of Strike. So many thoughts just rushing through his head. And for some reason, Accelerate, they still are playing it pretty passive. Eventually, they do go for the bomb plant. Still 25 seconds on the board, and Vegas really wants to push up. He is now walking up. He does not know exactly where the opponent's positioned, but Vegas checks that angle as he hands out the death blow even to that player.
Oh, that was impressive. 4-1. Accelerate not looking to slow down from here on out. Vegas in an incredible form. Warden ever so consistent. And again, the switch of the pace is there after being aggressive in the last few rounds. Accelerate this time. Look at how far back they are. In from a different position as well. Vegas looking for the opener.
patience being showcased from Accelerate this time around as well. Just like once they did in the past. And it actually worked out to perfection. But Vibes, he's able to wipe one player outside of the lobby. Extinks. And now it's a 4-on-5 man advantage in the hands of Team Strike. And that's a good thing. Jiraiya, he knows exactly where the opponent's positioned as well, but unfortunately, the timing does not work with him. As soon as he moves away, the site's going to be taken instantly. And Jiraiya just never saw this coming. They called the rotation all the way towards the A site because they thought it's going to be an A hit. With a few fakes, it was so easy to pull out the rotations. And now look at the players of Team Strike. They've already lost the momentum, and they've already lost the control. And Vegas and Warden, through the smoke, it started to pop.
Oh boy, this is brutal to watch. Alpha somehow finds a frag onto G-Shots, but 3 more players from the side of Accelerate waiting on the other side to deal with. 30 seconds left for this retake. Players of Strike, they are quite separated from each other. What is going on over here? Rian moving in from a different direction, but Alpha is going to be caught off guard before Rian even shows up. There it is, the kill secured. Now it doesn't matter where Rian is. It's a 1v3 on site itself.
Oh, the sniper shot was pretty close. And Accelerate, too easy for them.
Yeah.
Even another man falls down. Well, we're now going to be switching the sides. Strike on the attack and Accelerate on the defense, and here comes the real trouble for Team Strike now. The teams usually, they tend to struggle a lot on attack. And for Accelerate, this is the exact moment they were waiting for. Just need to play on the defense, and they've left mid completely open. Easily contested by the players as well, and look at the amount of smokes that are being tossed too. Rian, the man's already found such a deep angle. Vegas gets shot down, and the site's now completely open. The floodgates are open. But the players of Accelerate, they've already wrapped up from the back lines, but no success found yet. Levi towards the site has already once again established that LMG. But G-Shots takes Levi down, and that's going to be an important frag. The players, they wrap up from the back lines too, and Team Strike, you can see the fear in their hearts.
Three versus 2, Accelerate. Wrong end of this fight for the first time, and look at the rotation coming in from Team Strike. They're moving. They want the plan to happen towards that A site. They've left one man in the back lines to try and backstab the players. Oh, no one saw him. Why? How unfortunate. He does get picked off. Numbers back into a 2v2. Could have been a big mistake from Accelerate, but luckily for them, they somehow managed to recover because Vibe missed that shot.
Oh my god. And once again, the same thing happens now. Strike, they will start to choke up the duels just like they've been so far. But maybe the position the man's holding, it's something that's unexpected. And that's where Rian finds the edge. Takes it down to a one-on-one. He pushes up as well, but Rian gets caught. And that's it for Accelerate. As Ghost is going to be the one to save the day for his team and also get the diffuser. One more round's needed, Johnny. It is the decider.
Oh man, oh man. What a round. I mean, Ghost just bringing it back from the depths of hell, man. Those last 2 kills he secured. The first one, very impressive because he was the one who took that first shot right in his head, but I think it might all be over. Right off the bat, Vegas and G-Shots finding 2 important frags for Accelerate. They're down to 3 players, Team Strike. And Accelerate, look at this. They just go all in. So much commitment towards mid to try and put up pressure. The bomb has been dropped in the middle of nowhere. And Team Strike, I think this is going to be a very difficult recovery for them.
It indeed is. 1-6, Accelerate. Okay, Vegas is able to find that as well. Johnny, I think so it's done. The inevitable has struck. Extinct is able to find Vibe as well. Now it's 1 man against the 4 players of Team Accelerate, and that's it. Accelerate, they wrap up the players of Team Strike in a sheet, and they sent him back home. 2-0. A quick matchup between these 2 teams, and Team Strike, for them, this is definitely a major learning curve.
Yes, it is. I mean, what a series between these 2 sides, and what an impressive impressive performance coming in from Accelerate. It seems like day by day they're just getting better. And this time again, in this search and destroy, there were a lot of rounds that they had no business in winning, especially during the second half, but they still came out on top just because of like incredible skills and a little bit of luck being on their side. I still don't get it. Why? What happened to him, man?
I mean, just look at the highlights too, man. Inside of the highlights as well, you're just going to see the players of Accelerate dominate the everything. And with the way Accelerate's also positioning themselves on the site, it seems much more methodical. It seems much more sensible, if that makes sense. Because with the way they're also holding the angles, they know exactly where the players are going to flood in from, and they're always cutting off the rotations.
Yeah. But again, I mean, along with cutting up the rotations, I mean, Accelerate, just the raw firepower itself is something else to deal with. It's very difficult to survive in a gunfight. I mean, you look at these last few rounds and how Ghost all of a sudden just started to click. That was incredible. The man was an unkillable monster.
I mean, talk about monster, and I think so. Even Levi sometimes was a monster for the side of the players of Team Strike, right? Especially when he pulled out the LMG, not exactly in this matchup itself, but in the previous one that Strike played. He was definitely giving the players of Team Felines a run for their money, but this time around, the LMG did not really work out, considering Tunasia is much more of a closer ranged map, and that's where the major advantage was stacked with the players of Team Accelerate. As you move on towards the match stats as well, Accelerate, of course, they are the one to course through, and they are the one to win through this entire matchup. Vegas was the one with the most amount of eliminations on the board, 11-3. That's an insane KD.
It is insane, and it was an impressive performance. That is an undeniable fact that Accelerate just played out of their minds, and an amazing performance coming in from them. But can they keep this going? Because like a few more matches remain for them. As of now, they sit undefeated in their particular group. How far can they take this? I think all the way, to be honest. I mean, now that I think about it, I think they're going to be uncontested in Group A.
I think so. Two teams, we've already got them fixed up, right? We already know which of those two teams that are going to move in towards the land finale. One is Godlike, one is Accelerate. Considering Accelerate's looking pretty unstoppable. And speaking of stopping stuff, even NonStop can actually be another one of those teams to move on forward towards the land finale without any struggles. These three teams are like the top performing teams, and then comes the later on where even Time to Pound maybe can't struggle to move on and qualify, but still if Time to Pound play the same way they played today, maybe there's a big chance they can easily course through.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Anything can happen. Still a long way to go. But I think it's time for us to have a look at the leaderboard, because the day is coming to an end. And here it is, the updated leaderboard for Group A. Accelerate sitting 3-0. 3 matches played, all 3 of them victories for them. Anthem with a 1-1 record right now. Feline having their first win today. Strike struggling to strike back. And Galaxia only played 1 game. But I think Galaxia and Strike are going to be the teams, Necro, that we might have to bid adieu to at the end of the challenge season before we head towards the challenge finals.
Yeah, but even Galaxia, they have been pretty surprising, right? Galaxia in the lower bracket, especially in the open finals, they surprised all of us. But you've got the Group B leaderboard too on the screen. At 5 a.m., still the leaderboards are not updated. 5 a.m. won their game against the players of Panda Express, so it is supposed to be a 2-1, considering they won their game, but maybe the updated leaderboards are going to be there soon in the future. But Godlike, they won their first game as well, so they are there. Then you've also got Time to Pound winning 2 games as well. NonStop as well, winning 1-1. Today they lost 1 game against Godlike, so that's going to be a heavy blow. But we pretty much know NonStop will recover from that in the future.
Yeah, of course. I mean, NonStop definitely a little bit strong. And it's going to be exciting to see their series against Panda Express and the other teams as well. How does that play out? But it is going to be interesting. NonStop, again, that journey from the lower bracket especially, I mean, I would have loved to see them go up against Time to Pound earlier during that lower bracket round 2 match that was initially supposed to happen. Could have changed everything. What if Extra had been here? How would this tournament be faring up right now? So NonStop, I think an opportunity was given to them, and now they need to seize it as well. But again, I mean, it's just the start of the journey. Just 1 match, 2 matches played, 1 won, 1 lost, and let's see how far they can take it.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, for NonStop, generally speaking, they're one of those underdog teams that are doing pretty good. And honestly speaking, for NonStop, this is also going to be a Cinderella run. Yes, they lost against Godlike today. It is not exactly a flawless run that we really wanted to see from a team like NonStop. But hey, it's completely fine, man. You've still lost against a team that's got so much experience, and that has also faced off against international players as well, and that have been doing pretty good in the international competition. So NonStop, still, it's quite a great feat to be achieved. and knowing the fact that this is still quite a learning curve for these boys, so they can once again go back to their drawing board, know exactly what went wrong when they faced off against Godlike, and maybe try and patch those holes up and be back with a better mindset.
I mean, you know what they say, right? It ain't over until it's over. And this journey for the Snapdragon Pro Series isn't over for us, ladies and gentlemen, as well. So do make sure you're following us on our socials, on X, on Instagram, and on Facebook, ESL_India. And of course, you can follow us on our socials as well. See what we are up to. You can get updates about any tournament that we are hosting. By we, I mean ESL India, on the ESL India social media, and updates about what we are up to on our socials as well. But apart from that, I think now we are going to go away for a longer break this time around. We'll be back again on the 26th with the action of the challenge season resuming then. So I just pray like everyone does their homework now, Necro.
Yeah, they've got enough time, honestly speaking. Even Team Strike can do their homework and do pretty good. It's just the first 2 games done, right? Every single team at this point, they've played their 2 games. So for Team Strike as well, they have played the 2 games. It's a whole different thing. They lost their first 2 games, but still a comeback is possible. They need to pull off a flawless victory in the upcoming matches, but still seems a little bit too much to ask for, especially from the side of Team Strike. But we know they can definitely pull it off if they do have enough dedication. You move on towards 5 a.m. today, we saw quite a great comeback from these boys when they faced off against Panda Express in the Open Finals. Panda Express, they defeated the players of 5 a.m. in a 2-0 fashion, but this time it went all 3 maps at 5 a.m. They came out on top.
Yeah, and 5 a.m. was definitely very impressive today. But again, long way to go before we see them make it to the LAN stage.
Exactly. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the day 2 of the challenge season comes to an end. We'll see you guys on day 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile. Till then, we bid adieu.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarded. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the river. The problem will solve them. it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of